only concern though is that they're landing naughty nets, which isn't the
はい、
most
コンラフ、ゲー
beneficial
ムとアニメが大好きな
POI.
狸、
They
久宮
also
ラフ
have the
で
likes
す。
of Queasy and
はい、ということ
Vito
で、
landing
さっ
just to
き
the west of them, so
長
that's
型配
gonna
信して
be a
た
little
後だ
scary.
すぐなんですけど、今回は、今回じゃない、次は、一緒に世界大会をみんなと見ていけたらなって思ってます。今ちょっとミュートにしてるんですけど、ディスコードで他の YouTuber っていうか VTuber さんとお話ししながら見ていくんで、よかったら推しのデュオとかコメントしてもらえたらすごく嬉しいです。全然コメント読むんで、よかったらいっぱいコメントしてってください。配信始めました。
VTuber じゃないけど見てます。
いやいや、YouTuber さんも。いや、ヘイピスに関しては配信者ですらないけど。
一般枠やけ。
あと20分後ぐらいかな、一待ち目が。
バレーじゃないんだ。
バレー
バレー
俺なんかバレーって聞いたよ。
えフォートナイトの世界大会。
何で何で何で
え
10分がバレーの世界なんとかって言ってたから。
違う。
前なんだけど、バスケって言われたんだけど。言ってない。バスケの配信見るよって言われて集まってたんだけど。 バスケバスケ
なんか
そうだよね。なんか違うやつ
違うよね、なんか。
おかしいな。私、バロって聞いたんだけどな。バロマジ
そんな
俺なんか違うな、ゲームが。
なんか違うな。
解散するか。
ちょっとまずいか。
解散案件かな。
字幕つけれんの？
違う。
日本語字幕ですか？
いや、全然英語ですね。
え、日本語じゃ
マジ？英語字幕だったらつけられる。
マジこいつらパネー。わかるわかる。マジこいつらマジパンパネー。さあ、今回の賞金は5億円。
5億5000万。5億5000万。
いろんなこと言ってる？
これ、神、セッティ、どっちだ？神かセッティどっちかだった気がする。全然違うかも。
ここにオタクがいますわ。やっぱ違うわ。
確か、セッティ、確か、セッティだ。
Was that the best moment of your life lifting the trophy in rally?
Yeah, 100%, and I'm ready to make another one.
How do you top that though?
I guess we'll have to see.
なんだっけ。
So tell me
何言
about
ってるかわかりま
this
せん。
year because it feels like you guys have been on an upwards
英語を
trajectory
勉強してる。
and you've had to adapt your play
通訳
style
通訳
from just being low ground
通訳よろしく。
sometimes actually challenging for high ground. What's that been like?
It's been great. It's been great adapting.
ああ、マジ
because
今
now
回
we
の
can
大
play
会
on
超
high
勝
ground,
つからマ
so
ジ聞かせてくれよ。
し、
Aggression.
し。
You're not necessarily a team that does go for eliminations. You do like to make the end game. Do you think that's going to be difficult for you to rack up those all-important points here?
I don't think it's gonna be difficult at all. We're
全
gonna
然
make
緊
end
張
game.
して
We're
ない
gonna
ぜ。
win some
何言ってんだ
eliminations,
よ。
win
プロ
some
ゲー
games.
マーたる俺が緊
Are
張
there
したく
going to
ない
be
の。
any
何ですか
interesting off-spawn battles coming your way?
Oh yeah, obviously.
全然なんか A チームがどうこうって言ってたけど。
If people do drop you,
Just be prepared.
全然
I can't wait to see it. I imagine you and Cami will be incredibly prepared. Thank you so much, Seti. Polska Gorum.
Oscar Guram!
頑張るぞ。
Thank you so much, Frankie. And of course, Seti, you can see
Thank you
the focus
guys.
in their
本当にこいつは
eyes.
最
He is
高な
looking to
男だ
prove
ぜ。
something. Could they be the ones to get the back-to-back from Invitational all the way up to
配
Global
信中だ。
Champions?
I think if you ask a lot of people, they would say yes. I mean, the type of players that they are, the way that they are, their sort of mindset towards the game, very, very cool. You saw it there. Very, very cool. Very, very calm and collected. It's a duo you got to look out for.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. Well, let's keep this ball rolling because we know we want games. Let's talk about the format. What does this look like? So we kind of talked about it. We have an upper bracket, a lower bracket, but let's break that down. So today and tomorrow, we have 5 games lined up. Then the top 25 from today will go straight to day 3 in the grand finals. The players that in that bottom 25 will go to day number 2.
マッチ1、2、5試合5試合で決勝だけ6試合。
Then in day 2, that lower bracket, the top 25 from there will move on to day number 3. That will give us the top
この合計
50 best duos from
16
around
試合に 5億5000万かかってる。
すぐ上がってんだな。
本当にこの16試合で人生変わる。本当に。
Well, especially because all of these duos have been preparing for this day. In day 2, it's 25 new duos that they'll be facing against with drop
ち
spots
なみに、
that they
フォートナイ
aren't
トを
sure
あまり
of.
や
So
ってない
that
人た
is
ちは
definitely
これ見て
going
て
to
楽しい
throw
よ。
a wrench in some things. And also, a
うる
lot of
さい。
these duos are used to having
うるさい。
time to kind of
いや、
prepare
初めて
and
見るから。
research, but they're not really getting a 12-game series here.
Yeah, and I'd like to kind of talk about this day 2, 25 new teams. There's just so
風見
much
さんだけなんか
crap,
違うんだよな。
especially things like the points, right? We have
あ、全然もう眠たくなったら全然もう抜けてもらっても構わないんで、本当に無理しない程度でお願いします。これ今出てるのが順位ポイントですね。
何ポイント？
ビキロイ65ポイント。
この辺形式か。
でかっ。
いや、これ確かさ、あれでしょ、合計のやつでしょ。
合計？
いや、なんかさ、このさ、ポイントの言い方がちょっとわかんないんだよね。
あれ、ビキロイが65で2位だったら何ポイントだった？ 54 くらいかな。
だよね、そういう考え方だよね。
1位だったら全部のポイントが入るとかじゃない。
だよね、よかった。よかったよかった。だってだ。
もう1試合で追いつけなくなる。1分大会じゃん。
神ゲー。
そうだよね。
そこに激アポイントが追加されるって感じか。
これしてさ、大会とかしてるときにさ、このポイント嘘じゃんっていつも思ってた。
いや、そんなわけない。
なんでこんなポイント入んねえの、ゴミゲーじゃんっつって言ってた。
すげえ。ちゃんと作られてる。これさっきの一番最初の2人が前回の非公式の世界大会2位だったチーム。
これ2人チーム？
デュオっす、デュオ。
デュオなんだ。
デュオだから50パーティー。世界大会招集されてるのが確か75パーティーかな。で、
日本人は
日本人は8組じゃない、4組の8人が呼ばれてます。
すげえな。本当に。
ちなみに一番日本人で期待されてるデュオの固定折りがで、本当は被ってたけど被ってたパーティーが失格になって最初初動フリーになりました。
どこなの？降りる場所。
ザゴとペポが新しいミシック武器が取れた場所。
3つあんね。
その上の方、左上。
なんか月の方ね。
そうそう、月のとこ。でもあそこ、確かミシックの武器が落ちないように、この間のアップデートになってたんだよね。
そういうとこだよな、マジで。
世界大会直前に環境変えたから。
まあ、いつもの。
いつものこと。
EA みたいな感じや。
おいえ。
Kind of interesting because I've just heard you talking about
トーマス HD とカナダだ。カナダが前回のアメリカ東か西かわかんないけどどっちかの王者 FNCS の。
I mean, most EU players like the top level is better than NA players.
トーマス HD は EU の猛者。
I mean, that's kind of true, but like, you know me, like I'm the FNCS winner, just won, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna see today, like who's really the GOAT, you know what I'm saying?
And you also said, Canada, that if you win all the Osborne battles today,
設定しようとしたけど無理だったわ。
英語しかないね。
英語しかない。
頑張る。
I mean, like being contested, like it sucks. Like I was
風見翻訳は。
風見翻訳。
You can't really do anything about it.
頑張ってください。
お前らサゴラで勝ってもいいじゃん。
ひどすぎる。ひどすぎる。
俺に惚れんなよって話。
Can I keep your eyes on the prize? Because there is a trophy out there. You're going to go and have a date with it in a moment. So you have a think about what really matters in life, and I'll give you a hint. It's Fortnite. And I'm going to come back to Thomas. I want to know why you're so devoted to dropping at racetrack.
もうなんか心から楽しんでそんな感じするよねって。
そうじゃないですか。まあ世界大会。一応この2人とも前回の大会から出てますから多分緊張はそんなないんじゃないですかね。
インタビュー受けてるのが楽しそうだもん。
Especially if this guy is coming at you all aggressive and American like. What do you think you'll have to do though if the battles don't go your way? Are you going to agree to just split the POI or is it just going to always be all out aggression?
確かにめちゃめちゃ楽しんではいる。
50-50 on the slope truck every game. So I mean, Canada haven't touched the game for 4 days, so.
I played this morning for like 2-3 hours. I'm feeling good. My finger's looking good, so I'm looking good.
And just one more question. How long did you play this morning?
I didn't play this morning, but I played like all week, so yeah.
He's fresh, he's warmed up, and I'm excited. Let's head back to the desk.
Not always the jokester that he is. This is an off-spawn fight we will be seeing happen at the racetrack. Obviously, Kanata, coming off a recent win, does hold the axe of champions, going up against Thomas HD, someone who has yet to get a win. What can we expect from this head-to-head fight?
This head-to-head is going to be very, very exciting. We've seen Malibuka and Thomas HD. They're actually contested in Major 2 by Tusen Putrik, and they actually still managed to get third place. They were kind of half-splitting the POI at that stage, so I think they might sort of do the same maybe if it's on day 2, but day 1, they still have tomorrow to go. I think it's going to be all out 50-50, as they mentioned. They've got to go for it.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different story for Kanata and Agers, who, when they were contested in Major 2, got 12th place, and then when they were unconned, of course, in Major 3, they walked away with their first FNCS win. And a lot of that was due to their loot pathing, being able to quickly up the entire racetrack, and then being able to rotate quickly for an early tower and those search tags. I think there's a possibility to
マリブカやってるのびっくりなんだけど。
マリブカ割と最近有名になってきた選手でしょ。
いやでもでもじゃね環境変わりすぎてさ引退すると追うでしょさすがに。
しないでしょ。まあロシアのプレイヤーだから。でもロシアのね、もともとアジア勢の水 G って選手はあれなんか FNCS 優勝したのに取り消しになったんだよね。ロシア国籍がロシアだからってことで。めっちゃかわいそうじゃない。だってその1位取っただけで世界大会出場権プラス何千万ってお金もらえるのに取ったこと自体取り消されたからね。
しょうがないってしょうがなくはねえな。
Teamed up with Malibuka, who's regarded as one of just the best players in the world. I cannot wait to see this duo go up against Kanata and Agers.
Let's keep this conversation going. We have to talk about more duos. Relentless Retreat, Cal Gamer up against King. Yes, it's that King, top 5 of the World Cup King. Probably BR's best player, or regarded the best player.
King
That King.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is Relentless Retreat. Anything can go down, Kelly. This is where it all happens. We've seen different playstyle this season. Of course, Cal Gamer getting it unconned in Middle East. Everyone in Middle East is just feeling like, you know what? Yeah, let's just let him have it. He's the king of this area. King himself has been actually contested by another duo throughout all the Cascades, and they don't seem to be fighting. They've seen it splitting the POI a little bit. So I'm interested to see how this dynamic works between them both.
I like that you're talking about the dynamic differences that we see, because both of these duos here also have a lot of similarities. Both of them back-to-back champions in Major 2 and Major 3 for their respective regions. But I love that you talk about Cal Gamer and how respected he is, because he might be one of the most studious players that we have ever seen in Fortnite, comparable to players from just any region from around the world. And again, Relentless Retreat is a splittable POI, but what I'm interested in seeing is that it takes about a minute to be able to get down into the vault for those mythic POIs, and whichever team is able to get down there first is probably going to have the upper hand.
I'm really glad you mentioned that. I was actually speaking to King a second to all the players. You know, we all get on. But yeah, me and King, we were speaking out. We're actually watching them swim, and they're actually trying to practice the quickest route to that mythic vault. It shows how much they're going to prioritize that, and making sure they get there quickest. The loot that's in there is
ありがとうございます。応援配信の応援をしてくれるらしいから。
Who once again has a head-to-head for us. Take a look.
わかんないと思うんですけど、まあゆっくりしていってください。
わかんない俺もゆっくりしてって。
よかったら全然ディスコード僕のサーバーでやってるんで入ってきてもらっても構わないですよ。
We're also joined by Daniela, our fabulous translator. So, Calgame, I'd love to speak to you first. I know that you are someone who researches your opponents. Have you watched any of King's matches, and do you have any opinions on how he plays?
ツンデレだったら別に入ってこなくてもいいよっていう。
逆スタンス逆だと思う。
逆。
あんたとなんて話したくないんだからっていう。
Why would you say you're a better player than King?
お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様です。
はじめまして。
よければゆっくり観戦してください。
お久しぶりです。
Yes, I don't really want to talk too much. I mean, after a few hours, we're going to play and see what happens.
Shukran, okay. Well, I'll go and talk to King then while you get your thoughts in order, and we'll come over to Daniela as well. King, you are
ラフさんツイートしてないでしょ。
あ、そうですね。今準備してます。
Tell me why relentless retreat though is a spot you're going to win when you drop
めっ
on it
ちゃ
against
探してたけど
Calgame
な
later.
かった。
ツイートしないとなーって思いながら普通に楽しんでました。見て。
La verdad es que no tenemos ningún método, solo que nosotros tenemos nuestra parte que es la derecha del spot, así que nada, si ellos van a querer caer ahí, lo van a tener que disputar con nosotros y nada, ojalá que ganen, que tengan suerte.
日本語で聞きたかった。
いやでもこっちには風見さんの翻訳がある。
これ今なんてちなみに。いや
マジこの人イケメンすぎて私も惚れ惚れしちゃうわ。
これお母さんかなんかなんじゃないもはや。
女性プレイヤー？
いやこれ絶対お母さんかなんかでしょ。
あ、まんま来た？
息子に惚れそうマジ。息子に惚れそうマジで。
そう、なんか左で暇そうにしてらっしゃいますけど。俺ここにいる必要あるのかな。なんでマンマが一緒に来てるんだこいつ。
ガバガバ翻訳の方が面白いこれ。
マイク来ないからすねてる。
He will fight until the end.
I'm
really looking forward to the fight. Hopefully, the end will be in the aim game for both of these players rather than at the relentless retreat. Thank you so much, Gracias. Thank you so much for talking to me, Calgamer. We will see what happens between these two and their dear opponents. Retreat in just a few.
So they can't both be bad.
They just have no respect for each other, do they? Like, no, mate, you're not having it.
He's bad.
They're both
bad. Of course, just some friendly trash talk, right? As we prepare for the global championship. That's kind of, I guess they're both in high spirits. That's kind of where you want to be, right?
I think they're just trying to get in each other's head, aren't they, really? That's all it is.
Yeah, sure.
Kale's like, I don't even want to, you know what, that's fine. Just
That'll
do.
Sure.
Guys, we actually have something very special lined up, and we have a remote interview. My oldest friend in the world, Cypher. I don't know if you can hear it, but the crowd is going absolutely ham right now. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here for the FNCS Global Championship, even though it's remote. I'm excited to watch a ton of Fortnite this weekend, and I am personally rooting for Close and Epic Whale. I want to see Close get his first FNCS Championship.
That is amazing, dude. How has it been? Like, obviously, you've been watching,
海
right?
外の
We've
人
seen
マ
all of
ジで
these
ヒゲかっこいい
duos just kind
な。
of grow and evolve over the
こ
years.
のチームはなかなか似合う人いないからな。
I mean, I want to see a repeat of what happened at the Invitational. It's like a super intense, like first and second head in the last match. I think we're gonna see some early drop fights and whatnot, but yeah, I was there at the Invitational. It was just electric. I hope we can see that again here in Copenhagen.
似合う人っているんかなそもそ
僕
も。
は間違いなく似合わない。いやでもダンディーな人は似合う。
ダンディーね。
俺は絶対似合わない。
黒さん童顔っぽい感じしそう。
めちゃくちゃ童顔し。
身長低いし、なかなか難しいかも。身長高くても
いまだにあれタバコとか買いに行って吸いながら歩いてると警察に補導されます。 ないで。
Correct me if I'm wrong, like $1 million for the
こ
first
の間
place
中
doing
学生でしょってすっげえ怒られて身分証出す羽目になっちゃって。
It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Shit.
for those of you who are there, don't know who you are. Can you tell us a little about who you are? Because I want everyone in the world to know about you.
い
やでもお気持ちはわかります。なんかカラオケ行って多分学割が効くからか学生の方ですかって言われるずっと。
そう。
違います。でも僕どうだろう。5月ぐらいに映画行った時は学生の方ですかって言われた。
みんな動画ここ。
嬉しかった。嬉しかった僕は。まだ
遊園地とか行くとちょっとめんどくさい。
なんで
受付の人がチケット発行してくれるところだと一回そのやりとり入んなきゃいけないから。大人用 3枚でとかって言っても大人用で大丈夫ですかみたいな。学生割もあるんですけどって学生割いちいち一回説明が入るからちょっと長くなってめんどくさい。
なるね。
ちなみに何センチぐらいですか
？2センチ。
2センチ。人類じゃないかも。
あ、ごめん。違ったね。ごめんね。ごめん。
157。でも157でどうなんだろう。い
やでもまあ世間の意見からしたら160以下には人権はないっぽいですよ。
人権までいく。
キロ
キロ
か
あれ。
全員人権ねえじゃねえかよ。
人権ねえんだったら納税やめてほしいんだよな。
もはや人じゃないからキロだったら超えてる人いたら。
to know your drop spot, but for all of these representative regions, you have to keep in mind that it's an international competition, it's the global championship, so just knowing your drop isn't good enough because every region is going to have their own sort of flair for the competitive meta, and it's going to be a really interesting dynamic to see how some of these players choose to break into it, because even at the invitational where we saw some international competition, one thing where I think some of the other regions in general might struggle with was the surge strategy, so I want to see how well it's been wrapped up.
誰か喋ってて。
任せろじゃあこの那須君の配信は僕が乗っ取ってみた。
どうぞ。
何を言ってるのかなと思って。
乗っ取ってんだよな。
Thomas HD,
Malibuka, right?
He was really pulling into the fact that he has been playing all weekend long.
なんかラフ君の頭切れてない。
Focus isn't quite there. Is that to be the
配信見てみ？配信見てみ？
あ、切れてる。
Security that Kanada's trying to implement into Thomas's brain right now. So at the end of the day, Kanada is a competitor. I mean,
なんでわかるんだよって言われるよ。
players that you have here got some of the most prestigious appearances.
Oh,
To get here, and all of a sudden, you're closing in on it. So,
お前ラフじゃないな。
なんで国門教にしまおうとしてんだよ、マジで。
俺か？
俺か？風見さん捕まえに来た。
乗っ取ってるから。
これやばいでしょ。
懐かしいって感じちゃったか？
捕まっちゃった。もう捕まっちゃった人いるって今。いなく
もうちょっ
なっちゃった。
とね。
帰ってきた。
あ、俺僕も開いたぜ。
あ、大丈夫？もう出てきた。
でもあれだわ、みんなの声めっちゃちっちゃいわ、これ。
まあ、知らない。
キがでかすぎたから。
あー、ごめん、そっか、俺がでかすぎたから。
そう、はしゃぎすぎちゃったんだ。
はしゃぎすぎちゃね、はしゃぎすぎちゃねじゃなくて。はしゃぎすぎちゃね。やめてください。いじんないで。
でも今声ちっちゃいからいじっても許される。
確かに今いじっても確かに。いやいや
いじっても許されるよ。
いやお前の母ちゃんデーベソ
ー。低レベル。低レベルだよ。言うことが。
だって思いつかないもん。
じゃあクレイさんちょっとなんか。
思いつくんか。
なんか言ってよ。
クレイさんの手本見せてよじゃ
あ。私の好きな言葉を吐いてあげよう。ググレカ。
言うと思う。
ググレカス大好きだから。
あ、やっぱり。
グレカスを置いてしまうと友達がいなくなってしまう。
ただいま。
おかえり、賢者おかえり。
お
おかえり、
賢者
ゲト。いや、お前ゲトじゃないか。
なんでわかるんだよ。
ゲトね。
お前、脳みそどこだったんだよ。
なんでわかるんだよ。
配信自分の見てよ。
はい。
頭。
ゲトだよ。
頭が突き抜けてるし、なんか固まったんだけど、カメラが消えた。
になってしまった。
ゲトだよ、お前やっぱ。ゲトじゃないわ、賢者だよ。
いつまでいいようにやられてんだよ、すぐで。早く戻ってこいって。
荒ぶってる。
荒ぶってる。
やばい。やっぱ、魂は肉体に勝つんだ。魂は肉体だな。
待って。待って。
どうした？
カメラが消えた。切れた。
見ちゃったか。
やっぱお前、楽じゃないんだ。
このままで、わかるでしょ。
いや、タッチ A にしときます。もうタッチ A にしときます。
影響が。
なんでカメラ消えたんだろう。
反抗期じゃない？
反抗期か。しょうがないか。
乗っ取った人いるけど大丈夫。これ。なんでよ。そんなこと言えん。
それ言わなきゃいけないでしょ、これは。
あ、やっぱ使命感があるんだ。俺に言わなきゃいけないって。
あ、これ選手入場じゃない。アジア勢入ってくるとこみたい。これ誰だ？見えねえ、遠すぎて。
アジア誰が入ってる？
アジアはエコザゴ、ステインレーダーズとか言っても多分わかんないです。この2人です。今映ってる2人。アルペコザゴです。僕の推し。トーマスとナルベか。1列目じゃない、ペコザゴ。わかんない。わかんないわ。後ろの方に回ってたかも。最後が神設定かな。
いや、マジで日本勢頑張ってきてる。
いや、本当に。
だな、みんな。
My gosh, that is just the qualifiers from major number 1. There's so many big names. Thomas HD though, Malabuka. That's we have eyes on.
もうずっと裏で今ゲーム探してんだけど。
Massive cheer. Yeah, and we're hearing it right now.
I wonder why.
I wonder who they're cheering for. Is it Thomas HD?
Yeah, I think
it might well be because he is the Danish man himself. What a perfect player when you think about all of his attributes. So smart. His aim is next level. And of course, paired up with Malabuka. This is a dangerous duo. Only bad thing, contested today, but they have so much skill in this duo that they should be able to.
しかもバブチの配信でやるんだね。
されちゃった。されちゃった。
誰が配信するんだよ。
追いつけされちゃった。
配信に映ってるって。
That would be so crazy, right? No FNCS title, but a full championship title. That would be next level. We talked about EU. How about we go on over to NA, Acorn, and Cold. I feel like so many players and fans alike talked about this duel when they won. Saying this is probably one of the best duels.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype around this duo when they performed in major number 1.
黒さずっと顔の話してるよね。
いや、マジでいろんな e スポーツの大会見るけどずっと顔がイケメンの話しかしてない。職場の人
いや、世界大会だからね。
大会だからやっぱ顔を見てかないと。
ああ、やっぱり
with his recent
ラコーン。
顔面なんかイケメンポイントとかも入ってんのか。
そこまで。
加点が。
でもイケメンじゃないと世界大会出れない。
イケメンの基準はちなみに何？誰よりイケメンみたいな。
会場投票かな。
会場投票。
だいぶ無慈悲だけど。
アジアから絶対ラギスが選ばれるはずなんだけど、そんなことしてたら。
あ、確かに。
ベノクエジー。違うな。いや、ベノクエジーだよ。戦闘が。
スマホで撮ってる。みんな。
いやー、僕も会場行きたかった。
みんな Google ピする。
会場行きたかった。
会場行きたかった。これ、デンマークのコペンハーゲンであります。神セッティ。
ああ、感じが違う。
I mean, if that was it, right? If that was just the let's go, everyone's here, let's hit play, I believe that's a grand finals lobby. There's still more seats to be filled, but as we focus in on the qualifiers for major number 2, Queasy Benno. This stadium went crazy when they walked by that trophy. Some would say these are the villains of this arc, right? These are the guys that went up against Seti and Cammy and fell short. Now, they want to come back. They want to come back even stronger.
いやでもこの2人本当に強いです。一番レベル高い EU っていうところで12試合中6試合勝って1位だったんで。
いやだって強くないとこの髪型できないもん。
そんなことある。そんなことある。
マジか。
強いからこんだけ。
髪型がすごいから強い。もしかして。もしかして。で
も絶対癖の強い選手ほど強いって感じがする。どのゲームも。
風見さん強そうだけど。
風見さんは強いでしょ。
そうなってくるとどのゲームでも風見さん強そうだ。
風見さん結局髪染めたの？そういや。お、染めたんや。見して見して。見して見して。
There are so many big names.
配信で見れるから。
Conversation. Miro and Cooper now kind of focusing in on NA. Miro just ridiculously decorated.
Miro.
A really decorated NA region won so many FNCS titles. Paired up with a less experienced player, and this is a really nice storyline because you have the experience of Miro. He's actually not IGLing this year. It's usually Cooper that takes that role, and he's actually saying, you know what? I'll take the reins. I'll use your experience when it comes to fragging because Miro is just one of the best in the world at that. And of course, he can lead the way, lead the tarps, and make sure they make their way to anything. It's one of those duos I'm really excited to see how they perform on LAN because both of them are very talented, but together we're yet to see them in this stage.
No, but we did see them perform incredibly well in Major 2, getting a second place finish, and I think Rumble Ruins is a great POI for them being in the center, being able to handle rotation.
海外の人を褒めてる配信してない？
Fortniteの要素が一つもない。顔か髪を褒めてるでしょ。
だってまだ始まってないからFortniteの良さが出てこないから。
あ、でも一番最初あれだからヒゲいいなから始まったかな。
黒さんそれ以前に顔いいなずっと言ってる。
確かに配信前から言ってた。
These players had to go against the zero mobility when it was arguably so difficult.
And what they might have lacked in mobility, they certainly made up for as far as adaptability is concerned. Because having gone through every single iteration of competitive seasons, competitive metas, to find themselves here at the global stage, that is the embodiment of mental fortitude. It really
そんなことないよ。
顔がいいやつに言われても何も響かないんだよな。
顔がいい人。風見さんしかいない。いや、エルさんも、
可愛かった、普通に。
風見さんも、敵かもしれない。
みんな。
あ、これ、レーダーズステインだ。
めっちゃ盛り上がったじゃん。
レーダーズステイン 1v1 普通に敵倒したからな。でも普通に大会前何日か前にこっちの会場ついてたからプレイ動画上がってたんだよな。全然海外のグラファ1位の選手とに 1v1 で勝ってたから。
ラフさんの顔が写った写真さ、消した？
いや、あると思うよ、配信外。
配信外か。持ってこようかな。
どうぞ。どうぞ。いいけど、配信、まあ、映らないからいいや。映らないだったらいいや。
消しちゃったよな。
Yeah, this is it. This is our lobby. I mean, we haven't spoken about yet in depth. How can we not?
配信外のチャット開いたら猫の手があるんだけど。
エルさんのミトン。ミトンか。ブーガだ。3年前のソロ世界一。
having just some of the most insane aim in the game, having these two powerhouses together definitely excites me. And what excites me even more is that they're landing Sanguine Suites, one of the new POIs, where they're gonna have those 2 mythic podiums, and it has absolutely insane amount of chests, ammo, and loot. So even though they're gonna be contested by Nutty, I don't think that's gonna be too much of a concern for them.
Yeah, and I was speaking to Threats yesterday. I was saying, how are you gonna approach that off spawn? He said, mate, there's so much loot at this drop spot. We're not too concerned about fighting each other off spawn, but we want that vault. They're going to be going for that vault every single game, so we'll see how it goes for them.
So insane. More duos to talk about. Iamzo and Rise, front runners from NA, a duo that all of us just feel and expect such greatness from them. Now the question becomes, how do they play on land?
加工ですよ。加工ですよ。
配信閉じてまで見に行った。イケメンだな。
14じゃんじゃあ、ラフさんの顔は。
ないです。
よかったね。自信がつくよ。
別に全然自信に変わらないです。
I mean, you're talking about third place in Major 3, but I don't think that paints the full picture because in Major 1 they also got a third place. In Major 2, their worst performance was 4th. They have the best placement between all 3 majors than anyone else here. And they're going to be landing in the gas station, which is a great split POI. So I think they might be the kings of NA for today.
What about the kings of OCE? Could that be Worthy and Alex? I had an opportunity.
真ん中にあるのがトロフィー、優勝トロフィー。
But Alex is pretty widely regarded as the best player in OCE.
Yeah, 100%. Such a recognizable character in the OCE scene as well. And these guys definitely pack a punch as a duo. In Major 3 Grand Finals, Alex on his own had 33 teams at eliminations. So him as a solo is outperforming some duos, which is absolutely insane. A big thanks to Coach Timmy for that stat, because that is just showing how good these guys can be when they're on those grand finals. They do not crumble under pressure.
これ全員で何人参加するんですか、この大会は。
今日がアッパーっていう枠で、50パーティー、100人の50パーティーデュオなんで、全員2人。そう。いや、違う。2×50 の100人で。
あ、なるほど。
で、今日のトップ25が3日目の決勝に行って、で、今日の下位25が明日に回って、で、2日目でも25人呼ばれてて、そこと合流して、また50人のトップ25を決めて、2日目、明日で、1日目と2日目のトップ25ずつが決勝に上がって、最後決勝戦普通にやるって感じです。だから合計75パーティーかな。 そこでアジアが何枠だ ?8 枠あって、今日のアッパーは4枠かな。4枠か5枠だから合計10人か8人どっちか忘れたけどいます。日本人は
日本人の通過率で言ったらまあ 8% ぐらいになると単純計算。
まあ単純計算で言えばそうなんですけど、まあ全員うまければ全員通りますし、全員周りより調子悪かったら誰も通らないってこともあります。
なるほど。これで2人ずつ試合やっていくってことですか？
いや、100人のバトルロイヤルなんで。
これ今画面に映ってるのはチームなんですね。
そうです。
この2人でチームですか？
この2人でチームです。
なるほどなるほど。
これテイソンです。EU の多分最多賞金総額者。まあ大体20歳以下ですもんね。
まあそうですよね。大会出てるの大体20代前半とか多いっすよね。
反射神経ゲーなんで、フォートナイトは特に。
そうだ、FPS は基本そうなんだよな。
若い方が有利。
もうおじさんのリアムもいいだ。
40代までは全員大丈夫だよ。まだおじさんじゃないよ。
でも本大会の優勝候補の1チームのクイジーって選手は僕より1個か2個上なはずなんで、22ぐらいかな。確か21か22だったんで、まあ、全然20代でもいける人はいけます。これ
ちなみに優勝したらいくらもらえるんですか
？1位は何円か忘れたんですけど、総額が5億5000万です。
5億
?5 億5000万円。3日の16マッチで5億5000円動きます。
えぐいな。さすが世界大会ですね。
そうですね。規模が違うね。フォートナイトはすごいでかいです。
でさっきの若い人が賞金総額1位なんですもんね。
そうですね。EU っていうイギリスとかあっち系の地域の一番です。
すごいな。
フォートナイト全体で見たら3年前の世界大会で1位になったブーガテ選手が、まあその3年前じゃないっけ、4年前だっけ、それ1位取っただけで3億円取ってるんで。
やば。
3億です。
遊んで暮らせるぞ。
ソロの大会、今大会も出てるんで、もしかしたらもっと稼ぐかもですね。
4年前だね。
4年前か。
何4年経つんか。
だるまさんの配信で見てたんだよな。前の世界大会。
俺もそう。だるまの配信見てた。
だるまって呼ぶの、だるま様って呼べば。だるまって呼ぶな。
厳しいな。時代に触った。
だるまさんバカにしてます。そうですよね。もう待機画面まで行ってたからもうすぐ始まるはず。
いや、始まった瞬間もこの最後全部やめる。
A very
contentious
drop map. I know we focused in on a couple of those, you know, head-to-head face-offs, but there are so many more battles happening.
何の時間？日本語翻訳して。
風見さん。
始まったんじゃない？
なんで現地まで行ってる。
あ、来た。1試合目。これすごいよね。この画面めっちゃ好き。
うわ。
ライティングエグ。
やっぱそうだよね、星だよね。
イェ
ーイ。
もう降りてる。
あ、みんな降りてるんだ。
キングたち被ってない？
いや、そんなそこかぶり。
いや、被り結構多いよ。
いや、そっか、でも少ないもんな、今ランドマーク。
そう。いや、まあ初動勝負も見どころではあるし。
ね。
3パーティーいるじゃん。
しかもここ、落ちる。
おお、トーマスが。あ、トーマス落ちた。マリブかまずいんちゃうこれ。 あ、でもこれ 1v1 トレードしてるし。やば、これ緊張感ありすぎ。この 1v1。
武器的には、いや、マリバクの方がまだワンチャン。
初動でかいぞ、これ。
マジ
これでかいぞ、勝ち負け。
あいつ。
やつ、勝つんかい、お前が。
さすが。さすがだわ、マジで。
あつ。え、待って、セロン落ちてる。アジア勢1人落ちてる。あ、でもセッティ落ちてる。アジア勢神セッティ全非公式の世界大会1位にかぶせに行ってるんだよね。
ああ、性格悪い。
性格悪い。
まあ確かにね。
いや全然対面もともとかぶせるって言ってるからグリーフしてるわけじゃないし、全然いいと思う。だってそこを倒せば全大会1位ってことはそのまま有利に進めるってことだから。グーが味方落ちてない？
いないね、多分。あ、死んでるわ。ブーガはちょっと生き残ってほしいな。落ちてほしくないな、初動。欲しいね、よくねえよ。ツインマンが強すぎる。
バカ。
ハードは取ってんじゃないかな。
解説がテレレレテレレレってもう何言ってるか本当にわからん。
字幕見たらなんとなくわかるはず。できないわけね。できるわけがない。
字幕
はずやけ。字幕つけたらなんとなくわかるはず。
ビールわからん。
終わった。ここフリー強えの。
あ、クイジーベノスここなんだ。あ、でもここで取ってたしな、1。分かってない。グラファで12試合中6試合ビクレ取ってたから。
え、やばくない普通に。
バケモンで世界記録じゃない。
いや、そこ開けたん強いな。
しかもちゃんとチャンピオンアックス持ち込んでるしな。
いや、持つでしょ。
テイソン。
今バケモンだ、みんな。
いやもうだってサージ稼がないと100出るからな。
完全にサージ稼いでるね、この人。
いや、何が見えてるお前。お前何が見えてる。毎回上手い人の見てて思うけど見えてないんだよな、相手が。
ボールハック使ってるな、見えると。バケモン、バケモン。
あ、これデイダーズ。ほら、紙設定にかぶせてる。え、買ってない？
え、そう。
紙設定買ってない？
けど1キル1でしょ。
強すぎない？今1位だよ、このパーティーが。
あるだ。
アジア勢1位今。
やる。
頑張れ頑張れ。
レイダーズステイン。あとこれもユマジャイモンもアジア。ユマジャイモンチーム。
あ、持ってね。
アジア勢熱いこれ。
ワンチャン、ワンチャン熱い。
Getting tags in the distance too. Surge, of course, is going to be one of the equally most important things to worry about. Meanwhile, in the feed, Acorn has found himself an elimination too. These are all of the
字幕邪魔だわ。見えねえ。
邪魔だね。
字幕めちゃくちゃ邪魔ね。チームザゴ？チームザゴ？打つせよ。チームザゴ言うなら打つせよ。
言ってないかもしれんのに。
いや
空耳かもしれない。
あ、空耳かこれ。
すごいな。
あ、そっか、ラム変わったんか仕様。
ラム違う、大会だけ。大会だけ。通常は何もなってない。大会だけ3回仕様で消える。
ああ、まあさすがにか。思んないもんな。
They're trying to see if they can single out the solo remaining, but nothing just yet. So not really getting greedy with the opportunity put in front of him, but instead remember, there's just 5 games, right? Only 5 games. You pop off in game number 1, and all of a sudden you're really set up for a potential.
小さい鉄がちょっと少ないぐらいか。
まあこっからだよね。スナッキーたちが。ああまあ今日は別に1位取る必要ないからな。トップ25までに入れば決勝確定だから。どうなんだろう、キングがまたダブルユキしてくれるのかは楽しみではあるけど。
いやキングでもやってほしいよ。あれでこそキングって感じやもん。
ダブルユキするからキングみたいなとこある。まあでもやっぱ無難にサージ稼ぐのがやっぱ一番強いからな。
キングのキラーが長いってないから。あ、生きてるわ、キング。いたいた。
ポザゴを移してください。お願いします。キングだ。
これどうするか気づいてるな。
まあ被弾してでも当てときたいよな。サージ食らったら沼るからな。一生詰まるから。
回復がね。
これビコおった。ピンクとビコだ。
ピンクバー。
ピンク、この間の非公式の世界大会、髪ピンクにしてきてたのに。
そうなんだ。そんなことしてた。
真ピンク、坊主で真ピンクだった気がする。
意味あるんかな。
どういうこと？
坊主っぽいぐらい、めちゃくちゃ短くして、髪色ピンクだった。
あ、月光みたいなのか。
月光みたいな感じ、本当に。
月光の空張りか。
空張り。
かわいそう、言い方。
ここら辺地獄だ。ここら辺地獄や。
あー、ヘイト買っちゃった。
会場の声援がすごい。
なんか BGM 流れていけばこれしよう。
これあれじゃない？ボスがいるとこの音楽じゃない？あとさ、誰？デンマークって地域で言ったらどこだ？
デンマーク、ヨーロッパじゃないの？
EU か。
デンマーク。どこ？デンマーク、ヨーロッパだっけ？
地元の近くの選手なのかな。前回の非公式大会も地元のチームの活躍の時の声援すごかったからな。
そうでしょ。現地民の方が絶対多い。目の前できる。
誰も幸せにならない対面してる。
ね、しかも2対1やん。
アンチ行きたいよな。これアジアの選手ですね。アジアの選手、これムキムキパパとシェロンチームですね。
通ってたんだ、ムキムキパパ。
名前すごいよな、ムキムキパパ。
しかもこの人結構前からやってるからね。
有名な人だから普通に。
いいね、ネーミングセンス。
ムキムキパパ。
ムキムキパパ。
しょうがない、これは。
しょうがない。まだ1試合目だしね。5試合しかないけど。まだある。トップ25だったら全然ある。1位は
でもそっからだいぶマクダウンと死ぬ。
終盤行けばでかい。神セッティザゴーペポをチャージどうするかだよな。移してくれ。
だからね、ちょっとしてほしいな。この画面でもまだ見えてない。
クイジー武器強すぎ。
これ、あれじゃん、塔取ったんちゃう？
即塔取ってるな、これ。
really conclude the battle, so they're just going to move on over.
車線切るために壁立ってるのか。
そうじゃないと多分一瞬で死んじゃう。
このレベルになったらアサルトで一人簡単に持ってかれるんで。
声
そんな驚くこと言った？
いや、あの人絶対裏でなんかやってる。
いや、じゃないですよ。
もうやばいやばいやばい。でか6持ってるけど。
いや、あ、じゃあサージ用じゃない多分。
ああ、そっか。
お家が出来上がってる。
エカードかったら300ぐらい回復できるけ。
これ第3アンチでまだ84人残ってます。
あ、これサージ来る。あ、これサージ来るくない？そうそう。もうちょい後。
いや、もう出てるんじゃない？第2が確か89人で出るから。
あ、ジャイモンたちは生き残ってる。
マジもしかもいい場所いるからサージ稼ぎやすい。アンチードどうするかって話になるけど。
そうだな。この上取ったところでなんだよな。
まあやっぱ予測塔取ってるのが一番強いからな。
予測塔取ってアンチ先取りしてが理想的だけど。
Not too surprising though to see teams still trying to collect as much brick as possible here. Karmi and Vanya definitely wanting to acquire just a few more builds.
楽しい。誰かと話しながら見れるのが楽しい。僕前回の世界大会一人でずっと見てたから楽しい。
2からサークルで残りプレイヤー90人、4で78人だから
出てるはず。
いや、まだ出てない。ギリ出てない、これまだ。
ないか。メロ死んだ。
メロ。で、この4円で78人にならないとでサージ出る。
じゃあ多分今警告出てるな。警告が出てる段階だわ。警告出てる時ってもうサージ出るでしょ、数値が。
わかんないもん、サージすんのがマジで仕様変わりすぎてわかんない。ただまだ出てないはず。
ちなみにわかんない人のために言うと、ストームサージっていうのは円のまあ今第4円なんですけど、円の回数と比べて残ってる人の人数が一定数超えてたら、そこまで強制的に減らすためにダメージを与えてないチームからダメージ食らっていきます、強制的に。だからその芋ってるだけじゃ生き残れない、ちゃんと相手にダメージ与えないとっていう仕様です。
今この250億みたいな感じになってる。
そうそう、そこの数値です。ただこれ以上かな。
121以上だと思うけど、200やったらまだ大丈夫じゃない？
いやー、200デュオだったら結構きついよ、200は。
いや、じゃなくて頑張って稼ごうとしたら。
まあ200ぐらいならワンチャンある。400ってなったらワンパーティー潰さないといけないからきついけどね。
その仕様いいな。
そうなんですよ。
ね、いいね。
今第4円で84人残ってますからね。
ここから78人ぐらい減らないとゾームサージは止まらない。78人。
あと5人減るまでダメージ与えてないチームから何ダメだっけ、25、50ぐらいかな。ステインレーダーズめっちゃいい場所取ってるし。
うわ、強っ。一番5秒ごとに25ダメージやってる。
そんな顔出しで見るんだ。
いや、これ屋根上にかぶせてて編集ボタンで透かして見てるだけで、実際には屋根があって撃たれないです。
やばい、超初心者が見てるから。
いやいや、もう分かんないことは何でもまあ答えれる範囲で答えるんで、分かんないことあれば。
ここ。
OK です。しかも貯蔵庫まで。
いやでも
回復して
OK 金は確定したけど100よなさすがに
今のアサルトだけで削られてますから。
いや、えぐくない？
ショットガンもらったわけじゃないです。
これ漁夫来たの？
でもこれさ、違う、前の動画だわ。ムキムキパパが落ちてたから、あのタイミングで。
あ、ブーが生きと、マジか。
いや、きつい。きつい。ブーがきつい。しかも、あれ、サージか。
サージそうね。
サージ食らいます。こっちが
よう一角で生き残っとここまで。第5円76人、第5円は64人。
おお、多分あ、ザゴ落ちた。待って待って待って待って待って、話が違う。話が違う。蘇生しろ。蘇生しろ。蘇生させろ。ゼータ、ザゴーはゼータのチームです。で、
あと
ペポ、相方のペポが CR です。
あ、そうなんだ。あ、別々のチームから出てきた。
第5円、第5円だから、あ、始まった。始まる。
もうサージ落ちますね、これ。
あ、本当は雷。
64って次は
この雷は避けられんの？
いや、避けれんです。確定ダメージです。避けるためにはもうダメージ与えるしかないって感じです。
あー、なるほどね。
だからこそブーがめっちゃきつい。
だから
雷落ちちゃうんじゃ位置もバレちゃうってことですね。
位置もバレるし、ダメージも食らうし、体力減らされるし、バレたらヘイト買うんで一気に撃たれます。撃たれて資材も減ります。だからもう最初のうちになるべくダメージ与えていきたいって感じです。
なんかサージが結構低いっぽい。
まあ1試合目だから様子見してるんちゃうみんな。ダークたちもいるね。アジア勢まだムキムキパパ以外落ちてないんじゃない？ムキムキパパと
ルビン3ムキムキパパ。
名前が強すぎるんだよな。ザゴーも格殺のログ流れてないから多分スナイパーかアサルトで落ちたって感じじゃないかな。
いやどうだろうな。348でまだサージ発生してないかな。評価120とかじゃない多分。ブーが当たってなかったし。
だいたい3マッチとか4マッチ目が多分一番レベル高くなるんです、毎回。6マッチ目はもうポイントがきついチームが W キーで突っ込むんで人数の減り早くなるんだけど。
ブーがまあそうだよね。
ワンチャンかけてキルムーブしに行くんで、低いチームが。4マッチ目、5マッチ目ぐらいが一番みんな生存しに行く。
サージ始まった。
ジャイも倒してる？地獄。地獄。
ぐしゃぐしゃやば。アリの巣みたいになってる。
あ、落ちた。
ブーが倒してる。
ブーがマジ？
ジャイモンも倒してる。アジア勢頑張れ。ベノ落ちて、ベノが落として、神も落として。神生きてるやん。
ただ第7位やけど残り44人にならないとこのサージ止まんない。
スナイパー持ってるチームいるんだし。
ヘビショは強い。
ヘビショはマジで強い。しかもクイジー持ってるのマジやばい。
しかもめちゃめちゃデカパーで最悪サージ食らってもいいな。
ザゴー生きてるけど体力めっちゃ多分60ぐらいしかなかったぞ。めっちゃミリ。でもザゴーたち3位だな。
やっぱめっちゃいる。
ブーが
よう生きてんだマジで。
健在ゼロ。ブーが健在ゼロだよ。
もう一人ワンチャンかけて一人落とすしかねえ。
あ、ステイン落ちた。まずい。 あ、詰められてる、詰められてる。あ、ラークも落ちたな。
いや、マジで。あ、
ブが。
それはどんまい、マジで。
ボビーラークが落ちたな。
ね、ガキ上やっぱ強いな、アンチ的に。
ザゴー。ザゴー。
ザゴー落ちた。
ここら辺じゃ12ポイント入ってないからな。
まだ入んないし。
会場の声援がすごい。
崖のやつらがアンチきつくなったな。
こっからが見どころではあるよね。でもフォートナイトの終盤って感じだもんな。状態いいのはユマジャエモンたちは良さそうではある。
マリブがそこ取ってんのか。アンチきついぞだいぶ。
フラッシュパッド。全然屋根なしで飛び出た方が良かった気がするけど。
キングだし生き残っと。こ
っからが見どころだ。
サージ、ただこのサージはあと4人で消える。
これやっぱり上を取った方がいいんですか？
そうですね、一番上はそう取れるなら絶対取った方がいいですね。ただ上から2番目とかってなると一番上からヘイト買っちゃうんで、でも下の方はその対面に自信がないとあんまいかない方がいいですね。一番激戦区になるんで。ジャイモンたちは状態良かった。ユマジャイモンは鉄砲が一人で生きてるのかな。どうなんだろう。
多分ね、持ったと思うけども。
あー、しんどいな。
いやでもあと3人で落ちる。あと3人で、あと2人や。で、なくなる、このサージは。
どのゲームも上取ると強いんだな。
そうっすね。打ち下ろせるからヘッドショット当たりやすいですもん。
やっぱヘッショ判定あるんだ。
ありますね。だいたい 1.5 倍から2倍のダメージが入るのが普通です。うわー、強えその移動でハイグラいくよね。クイジーっていうのはそうだよね。高っ。あ、崩されてる。
いやだよな、ラブがおもんねんだよやっぱり。ただアンチ、いや次第きついぞこれ。大丈夫これ。
積み直すから。いやでもヘビシあるからリフレッシュは取りやすいんだよね。
だとしてもじゃねえ。
キング一人だ。
しかも死だね。
いやでもこっから見せるのがキング。あ、デイダーズがジャイモンが
ゲールなんかおるってなんかおったって今
必死に泳いでるって。
バレてない。なんでバレてないのそれ。
あ、ユマも落ちた。ユマジャイも落ちたな。
いやそれはどんまい。
クイジーベンダーが強すぎる。結局キルポイント美味しいけど12ポイントが強いからさ、結局最後の最後で上取ってるやつが強いよな。結局
あれこれさ、日本勢全員死滅したくない？
ワンチャンキルログ僕が見えてないのはペポだけ。い
やペポね、多分ザコの時に死んでたよ。
じゃあ終わり。じゃあ終わりだ。
今多分ペポの ID 今覚えてないから分かんない。CR みたいな感じだったけど。
テイソンこれメルサチ？
お、強っ。
本当だったらここにスイージーまでいるはずなんだけど。
ディオだからな。
違うスイージーはロシアの選手だから消された人。
そういう意味だとね。
本当だったら1日目にいるんだよ。消されたから2位の人が1位に繰り上げになったんだよ。
2位消されたから。こんな子って強いな。
ベのクイジー、テイソン倒してる。やっぱ資材きついんだよな。あと1枚、あと
倒しに1か所
資材ないけどギリギリまで上で待っとけばいいから。アンチがクソアンチがクソ。 アンチ終わってるこれ。
終わってるなマジで。
山登りだ。
ショックウェーブでもそこで持ってるやつ強いやつ絶対。
1v1v1v2 か。あ、でもダウンしてるから 1v1v1 だ。誰も崖上登れない。
あれこれ耐久ゲー。
誰も崖上登れないクソゲーになってる。
あ、クソゲー。ベノクソゲーだったなマジで。
あ、やっぱ髪型が物言う世界だった。
髪型がスエーカだ。
髪型が物言う世界だったこれ。
スエーんだよ。
そこなんかやっぱ。
They are a team that should be racking up wins, and they're doing just that. Lucky for us, we have Tricky there for the word.
Yes, I have run down to this booth. I knew exactly where you were sat, boys. This is exactly the start you're looking for. So stand up so Copenhagen can see you. Come on, Queasy. Veno, what's it like to win the first victory royale of the Global Championship? Because I know that Major 3 was a bit of a tough time for you.
It's standard for us, it's standard. You know, every year we always gotta win first game, we always gotta have some victory royales, and, you know, we just gotta do what we gotta do.
Is it nice to be back?
髪型とか言うから髪型にしか見えんかも。
Does that help in game?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, from last year, we came here to finish the story, and we'll see how it goes.
How are you making Season 4 work for you?
I think we're well prepared. We try to hide everything that we could, and we'll see in the finals.
So tell me about that final fight.
ワンチャンかけてハイグラ行くの全然ありだと思うんだけど。ローグラ厳しすぎる。
Why do you think you were able to get the upper hand?
I mean, you know, we had Thomas and Malabuga come up on high, and we put them down, thanks to Queasy and myself. And then, you know, I clutched out as a solo. You know, it's just standard. I can't be anything more, you know?
Well, you don't want to tell everyone in Copenhagen that you took down the Danish boy Thomas, so you're not scared that you're going to become a villain here?
You know, well, I think we came in on our villain arc. And because we came second, you know?
普通にさ、
we want to show the rivalry's over.
But it's not, is it?
公式配信アジアでしてほしいんだけど。各地域ごとにしてほしいんだけど。
費用がとんでもなくなるから。ガーネット、知らないとはいい。
だってでもいつも FNCS そんな感じやん。
まあ確かに。Global Championship kicks off. And what do we expect?
これさ、フォートナイトの方で見えるかね。
見れるんじゃない？確かなんかもらえるはず見てたら。
もらえるよね。
Right, but of course, Queasy and Venom say, Zeke, hold on a minute. This is us.
別にいらない。
I love that he kind of calls out, we're on our villain arc. I agree. I think these guys want and have so much to prove. In the year they've had, right? That second place to us is amazing. Wow, second place.
決勝多分15日の12時多分過ぎるからアモアス見終わった後に二次会しながら見るかも。二次会しながら見るかも。
is taking that crown because they want it to be them. They want to make sure they can do it, and I
二次会中にうおやべえって急に叫び出すかもしれん。
Just typical Queasy Veno stuff. They're on high ground. They got to that front side of zone, cranked up, actually fell down at the beginning of that end game, which kind of threw them off a little bit. But no, they're used to that sort of situation.
I do think that the zone pulled a little bit in their favor, but by zone 3, Queasy not only had a gold twin mag AR, a gold sharp tooth as well, 6 crash pads, but also had 2
頭だからしかも胴体じゃなくて。
for success from the get-go.
We see them, of course, get shot right
いやーいかついいかつい。
Kind of set them a little bit away, but no. Taking out Malabuka right there, that breacher shotgun, as you mentioned, Kelly, so good on height, just putting the pressure down and actually using those crash pads a little bit earlier here. But I think if I'm Queasy, I'm going to be so
普通にこのタイミングで上見れるのがすごいんだよな。
That's what he can do. Massive shots. If there's anyone you want clutching up as a solo,
この飛び出しにしてもさ、壁で見えてないはずだからフリックなんだよな。
And of course, he's such a smart player. Just look at what it means to them. Getting off to a great start. What?
そりゃこんな反応になるわ。
Yeah, I mean, I think what we have seen so much about this duo is it really doesn't matter what situation they get put in. A lot of times we do kind of see this happen. One or the other is left alive, but what both do together is they're setting the other up. So it's like, even if one of us falls, it doesn't matter. I've set you up. You have everything you need. Go make something happen. Now, of course, in this situation, Final 3, Venom's like,
多分あれだな。一マッチごとに15分間の休憩がある。
いや、ないときついよ、さすがに。
まあ、やってる選手がきついから。
メンタルが持たない。
初動詞した時のさ、空き時間のメンタル多分えぐいんだよな。
ちょっと暇やろ。
あ、でも、いつもならさ、あれ、初動詞してら、もう1位キビンってなるけどさ、トップ25に入ればいいだからさ、割とそう思うと、メンタルもいつもに比べたら大丈夫なんじゃない？
これってそのトップ25の順位表とかって中間発表とかあるんですか？
多分あるとは思います。多分。なんとも言えないんですけど。
アジア勢が何人残るか楽しみですね。
楽しみです。まあ、今日全員落ちても明日全員上がる可能性も、まあ、ありはする。
Again, like as we talk about names, you're just gonna be like, yeah, nah, I forgot about them. I mean, I know they're here. Top it is great, but looking to perform here as well.
25人のシードなんですよね、多分。
シードじゃないですね。ローワーって言って、その、もともと今大会出てるメンバーは、各シーズンごとにある FNCS っていう一番でかい大会の王者がここ上がってきてるんですけど、そこに勝ちきれなくて、その FNCS 終わった後にやったラストチャンスメジャーっていう大会で上位を取ったパーティーが2日目のロアっていうところに出てきて、扱いで言ったら補欠扱いですね。やっぱアッパーって1日目負けて2日目もできる2回チャンスがあるけど、ローアは1回しかないんですよ。
ああ、なるほど、そういうことですね。
そうですね。だからシードではないですね。
確かに2回チャンスの方が確かに有利ですね。
そうか。まあでも逆に言えば1日目のこの落ちたチームのプレーを研究できるし、1日目何もしてないから体力も万全ではあるって考えもできます。
超一旦あるわけですね。けどこれ初日26位で落ちて2日目も落ちちゃったら結構メンタルやばいですね。
そうです。26位は多分死にます。メンタルが死にます。
メンタルやばいですよね。
あ、これ順位表ですね、
今。なるほど。
アジア勢は1枚目はいないです。何人か次にはいるんじゃないかな。あ、でもみんな終盤行く前に落ちたから厳しいか。映さないんかい。
6点だけでしたね。
まあまあ楽しみってことで。
They want to try and put on. They didn't qualify. Sorry, major number 3. That's tomorrow. They qualified to major number 3, so they left it to the last. That's one of those teams that want to get off to a good start here to try and boost their confidence and make sure that they can make it through to Sunday.
さっきの1回戦はちょっと様子見のニュアンスも
大体みんなは毎回1試合目は大会の雰囲気を見るためっていうか、やっぱ地域ごとで戦い方が違うんで、でこれ世界大会だから各地域から来てるんで、どのサーバーの色になってるのか見るみたいな意味合いもこもってます。多分参加してるの EU が一番多いんで、まあ EU の色に毎回なるんですけど、まあまだ全然チャンスはどのチームにもあるって感じ。
初戦トップ1位とか、で終わった人たちも残り4戦であれですもんね。
そうそうそう。もう全部初動詞したら落ちる可能性もあります。
あれ初動詞しても落ちる可能性があるみたいな感じ。
そうそうそう。全然1試合分だけで通るかもしれないです。ボーダーがあった初めてある大会なんで何とも言えないんで。
ああ、なるほど。
Let's talk about more. Just Zeke things. Another duo we kind of highlighted at the start of the show in 6th place. You could see Gold and Acorn, right? They did manage
いつもの10倍ぐらいペラペラ喋ってる気がする。僕がこんな饒舌に喋ることはほとんどないから。
コロナしか声もなんかちょっと高くて嬉しそうだよ。
嬉しいです。フォートナイト語れるの。
一方的だけどね。なんで。
うるせえ。僕今めちゃめちゃ楽しいです。
じゃあいいか。助かりますね。実際自分がフォートナイトほとんど知らないので、めちゃくちゃ助かる。
どうですか？フォートナイトやりたくなってきませんか？
とりあえず1戦目は何が起きてるかよく分かってなかったんで、2戦目からもっとこうじっくり見ていこうかなっていう感じですね。
よし、この大会が終わる頃にガスさんはフォートナイトをインストールしてるはずだ。
フォートナイトむずいよ。だって新規入ってくるの難しいよ。
うるせえよ。うるせえよ。
建築だよ。ゼロビルドやったらまだマシだけど。難しいと思う。
最初ゼロビルドしてクリエイティブで練習しながらどんどんできるようになっていくもの。
それはね、
僕たちが始めたシーズンだってそんな感じだったじゃん。
いや全然みんな雑魚だったよ。インフレしすぎてさ、ピースコントローラーなかったじゃん。
それはそう。
だってさ、もう飛び跳ねて飛び跳ねながらショットガン打つだけやったよ、みんな。
そんなことはない。そんなことはない。
初心者隊は誰も建築しない。
いやでもよく考えて今はボットが追加されてる。初心者はボットマッチにしか当たらない、ほとんど。
ただそのボットですら強い。
終わりだ。
他の皆さんはフォートナイトをプレイしてるんですか、普段から。
いや、
僕はしてますよ。
気持ちだけ。気持ちだけやってます。最近バロに浮気してます、ずっと。
FX に浮気しまくってるよ、今。
みんな浮気してる。
でもう見放した、FX は。
And again, like we have to kind of be mindful that remember there's 6 regions, it's just game 1, there's a lot of jitters.
右側の方のポージングは何ですかね。
これはもうわかんないです。テイソンです。
テイソンさん。
彼がテイソンです。EU の王者です。
さっきの賞金王。
そう、賞金王です。何億って多分それぐらい億単位で稼いでる人です。
すごいっすよね。あの若さで億。
16でさ、3億円。企画
金銭感覚はバグりますね、間違いなく。
これはだってよく言いますよ。なんか会社員が一生で稼ぐ額が3億ぐらいって。
そうですね。
会社員の一生分を1日で手に入れてしまったから。普通に生きていく分にはもう働く必要ないからな。
そうですよね。今3億手に入ったらどうしますか？何に使います？
何に使うんだろう。僕本当しょうもないんだよな。家買ってゲームしてます。特にやりたいことがないって。
安定の使い方ですね。
仕事を辞めてゲームしてます。
けどまあそれが理想ですね、確かに。
特別なことしたいとは思わないんで。
現状維持。まあ土地を買うのはありだけどね。
家買ってもっとゲームの関係良くして終わり。
あとはだすごい。
今を謳歌する。
そんなもんですよ。
そんなもんすかね。
逆に皆さんは何をしたいですか？
3億手に入ったら、そうですね、ゲームとか好きなことをする環境を作るために不労所得を得るために多分3億を資本にしてなんかやるかもしれないですけど、
ちゃんと考えてんな。
なんかなくなっちゃいそうじゃないですか、気づいたら3億って。
まあ、どうだろう。
金銭感覚バグって、普段の食事が高級になって、気づいたらあれみたいな。ああ、そうだな、みたいな。
普段の食事か。
もうイロハスとか飲めなくなりますよ、きっと3億円。
おもろいな。イロハスとか飲めなくなります。
飲めなくなりますよ。嫌ですね、次会った時に、まだイロハス飲んでんのって言われたら、マジで嫌なやつだな、みたいな。
あ、順位表出てる。
アジアいます？
アジアは、いないな、2枚目に。
アジアピンチですね。
アジアピンチですね、これ。終盤行くだけで世界は変わるんですけどね。
どうにかして生き残ると。
全員中盤か序盤に落ちてたんで、厳しいです。
そうですよね。芋っても雷食らうっていうのがなかなかきついですね。
そう。でも序盤ガツガツいって死んでしまったら何にもならないっていう引き際の塩梅がすごく難しいです。
駆け引きえぐいっすね。
moment. And from what I've seen from those guys, they're doing that so well previously. Maybe a few spanners in the works have been a little bit more difficult for them because they needed to try and find those refreshers, and that water zone definitely didn't help either.
しかもこのいつもプレイしてる環境じゃない上に人が残れば残るほどゲーム自体が重くなるんで、すごいラグい状態でプレイしなきゃいけないんで。
ああ、なるほど、そうですね。通信環境が
普通って人が減っていくから軽くなっていくはずなんですよ、どんどん。建築いくら建てようとか。でもこのレベルだったら人減らないし建築どんどん増えていくんで、サーバーが重くなってすっごいラグい状態でやらないといけなくなるんで。
なるほど。じゃあ後半のすごいみんなが密集してるところとか本当に地獄ですね。
本当にそうですね。どうだろう、ピングで言ったら多分100超えたぐらいの感覚でやってる。100とか80ぐらい。多分建築をしてから立つまでに 0. 何秒ぐらいかかるんで、すごいラグがある状態でやってます。
なるほど。
Okay, so we've highlighted some duos. We talked about what we like. What did we maybe not like out of this first game? Are there things we're kind of hoping to see change going into these next four? Because remember, this is it. You want to end the day in top 25.
Yeah, I think I want to see less water in the end zone next game. How about that? Can we get a little less water, please? I want to see low ground teams starting to do good. I want to see Omzo rise. I want to see them starting to play their way through the mid and low ground layers.
ちなみに英語は皆さんどんぐらい聞き取れてるんですか？
ゼロです。
ゼロです。雰囲気で読み取ってる感じですか？
いや、もう読み取ることすら諦めてますね。
もう諦めた。
あ、間違えた。
Well, that's what makes them champions.
For sure, and I think
ラフさんの配信画面が。
We do an injustice, one could say, if we didn't talk about the X factor that wasn't part of the game.
あれを開いてしまった。ショップを開いてしまった。
If they had been left alive, how different would this end game have been?
I mean, who knows is the question, right? I mean, these guys. Of course, Kwizzy and Veno are a fantastic duo. They won on high ground, but Kami and Seti can.
初動誰かKwizzy Venoにかぶせて落としてほしいんだけど。
And of course, sometimes we've seen them. I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the show how they're able to go for high ground now. We saw that sort of.
Kwizzy Venoマジでやばいんだよね。前回あった非公式の世界大会の時、最終マッチ前が2位で1位が神セッティだったんだけど、最終マッチ自分から神セッティのところかぶせに行ってたからね。
そこでうまくやれれば
初動で勝った方がもう1位みたいな状態にしてて、しかも賞金が何千万かかってる大会だから、その初動ファイト1回にその何千万が乗っかってるって状態の世界一熱い初動ファイトを起こしました。
大体震えるな、そんな数千万その瞬間にかかってたら。
それかぶせに行ける度胸がまずすごい。
そうですよね、確かに。
普通だったら自分たち安定させて早めに落ちてくれないかなって祈るのが普通なんですけど、自分たちがやられるリスクを負ってわざわざかぶせに行くって、その度胸が本当にすごい。
裏をかきに行ったみたいなところもあるんですかね。
そうですね。でも結局結果で言ったら1-1トレードがあって、最終的にはかぶせたベノクイジーが負けちゃったんですけど、
みたいなもんでしょうね。
初動ファイトあった神セッティ、その場で抱き合ってましたもん、優勝確定したから。マッチ中なのに。
With threats there, it could be different, Mini.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Booger actually going down to Surge there. He was trying to be a little bit too aggressive because he needed that Storm Surge damage. And when you're only one of two, it's so difficult to do double the damage that you need because, of course, he's only on the he tried his best. And being only 174 below at that point is a credit.
さっきの番組スタッフの人じゃないですね。
全然観客ですね、あれ。
観客がな。
ずっちゃった。
観客が後ろで手振ってた。
お天気カメラ感覚なんですね。
朝のニュース感覚で映りに来てる子がいる。
ああ、いいじゃん。
Well, I think Copenhagen thoroughly enjoyed game number 1. Did you love it, Copenhagen? Were you happy?
現地で見たかったな。
I have met a couple of Americans who's traveled all the way here. I don't know if there are many North American fans in the audience. Can we hear it? Do you love North America? That's not bad. And don't forget, this is the Friday, so the audience is still arriving because people are coming from work. Maybe someone's plane was delayed. What about Brazilian fans?
そろそろいいから2試合目始めてくれ。そろそろいいから2試合目始めてくれ。
おお、本当や、めっちゃ面白い。
めっちゃこぶしてんじゃん。
何があった？
ああ、落としちゃったんだね。
オプコンが。
もったいない。
日本人っぽい子いるけど。
日本人のファンの人結構いますよ。
結構いる。キャプテンリアン・キメコがいるはず。
おんのキメコ。
言ってた。
キメコもリアモデルや。
ホルスさん、現地まで行ってんのに、ホテルから配信してる。
だいぶ、どうしてんの？
現地まで行ってるのに、会場入らないで、ホテルから配信してる。
入れないの間違いじゃないの？
いや、入れる、入る。ただ、その、配信するには会場じゃ配信できないんで、
できないね。
配信どうしても解説したかったらしく、ホテルから前回の大会も非公式の大会も会場入らずやってましたから、もはや現地まで行く必要がないのに。
So good. I mean, we see it online. We see some stuff on social media. People having a little bit of banter between themselves, a little bit of rivalry, some love as well between different regions. But to see it all here, right now, is absolutely amazing. I like the fact that Frankie went around the whole arena there to see who was where.
早く始めてくれ。
休憩中で頑張って繋いでんだろ。
喋ってる側も早く始まるよって思ってる。
思ってるかもしれない。
そろそろ喋るの辛いから早く始まってくれって思ってる。あ、リートだ。 リートこんな感じだったっけ？前見た時と変わりすぎてるんだけど。
俺が知ってるリートじゃねえよ。
あ、これリートだったんだ。あ、本当はリートだわ。本当はリートだわ。
リートではない。こいつは偽物や。
あ、でも上位にいるのさすがすぎる。いいじゃん。
I love just him showcasing there all of the ability that
いい笑顔してんな。
やっぱ顔か。
顔か。
見ちゃうわ。
I mean, that's what it takes to be a top player. It's not just having good aim, it's not just having game sense, it's having it all.
Yeah, and I think what that gameplay showed me, and actually something we've kind of seen a lot of, but more players have kind of shined a light on, is these sneaky tactics, right? It's not about, let me just run at you, because remember these players are playing with indicators, there's so many ways to know there's a threat in
追加ゲーム。
追加ゲーム。かぶるな。
なんでかぶんねん。かぶんなよ。
僕もやろうかなって思ってるから。
マジでね、よくない、あのゲーム。本当に一生やっちゃう。よくない、あのゲーム。
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, we saw him there with the exotic shotgun just doing so much damage, jumping right in the box. I think that shotgun and him are like a match made in heaven. I mean, it's the perfect shotgun just to jump in the box and go crazy.
シリーズものやってみたいなって思ってる。
More of that from them. I'm expecting them
これ
to
でライトじゃねえよ。
consistent whilst also
シリ
going
ー
for
ズ
those
な。
eliminations. But it's one of those situations
シ
for
リー
them
ズじゃな
where
くね。
do they have what it takes? I think so. I just all about how can they feel.
ポケモンとかはやったことないからわかんないけど。
ポケモンはもう速攻渡しちゃう人だから配信はできないから。
あ、でもわかる。妖怪ウォッチが僕そうだった。
妖怪ウォッチ。
RPG 系はダメ。
ストーリー一瞬でクリアしたい派だった。
そうそうそう。で、飽きなければ続きをずっとやる人だから。
一生レベル上げとか、一生やってた。
多分 RPG は配信できないから、それ以外でなんかいいのあるかなと探してる。いや、まあアークとかでもいいんだけどな。アークかバルヘイム昔流行ってたからそれでもいいかなと思って。ゲーム性がむずいから分かんない人は分かんないんだよな。恐竜のゲーム。
ARK。あれか。
そうそう。
ARK。
それで覚えと。
いや、アークが2が出るから、それ待ちではあるんだけど。
僕あれやってみたい。オーバーウォッチやってみたい。
やめた方がいいです。本当に。
オーバーウォッチむずい。一回やったけど。
いや、オーバーウォッチやると、バドラントのなんかね、バドラントの楽しさ知っちゃっていうか、オーバーウォッチがね、多分ハマんないと思う。
どっちみちバドラントもうちょいできるようになってからやろうって思ってた。
でもね、一応オーバーウォッチね、コントロールできるよ。
じゃあバロやめようかな。
だから、
そうです、そうです。そうです。
バロやめちゃうな。
いや、そんな長くないです。
まさかね。
そんなことないです。
裏切るような真似をするわけ
ないよね。
すいませんよ。もちろん。
今ね、モンハンとアークが合体したようなゲームがこれから出るっていうか、それもちょっと楽しみなんだよ。
何それ？モンハンとアーク。
モンハンできなかった僕。
なんか武器作って、なんかドラゴンみたいなやつとか恐竜と戦って家を建ててっていう感じのゲームが出るんですよ。
モンハン一狩りが長すぎてイライラしてやめちゃった。
本当ですとか面白いですよ。
左上やね。ペポザゴここやね。
You were just starting to touch on it, but some of these initial 50-50s, particularly that one down at Drift Ridge, not going the way that maybe some of these players might have expected.
レーダーズステインがかぶせてるもん、神設定に。
Really looking to play upset here. Seti quite doesn't land perfectly inside. He doesn't get it first, but Cammy does.
やめて。
Cammy does exactly what he needs to.
やばい。
Gets the finish here, gets the siphon as
落ちた。
well. And it's all in his favor right
見え
now.
てるのそれ。やばいやばいやばいやばい。
いや、
いいエム、いいエム。
いや、大丈夫。この体力ならワンチャン返せる。
しかも持ってる武器はツインマグ。ワンチャンある。
強い。
いける、マジでいける、マジで。
やってるやってる。セッティ落としてる。
ただ、ミーポ飲んで。
やばい、これ飲まれたらきつい。
いや、
ナイストライ、ナイストライすぎる。
いや、日本でこれ落ちたらえぐいな。い
やでも神設定にかぶせようって思ってるのが普通に頭おかしい。普通に。いや、1試合目勝ってるからな、それで。
Coming out of the early game, they had 3 eliminations, so it wasn't just this team they finished. They had more to fight after this.
But it started with Paz and Baka getting that early duo elimination onto Misha and Teeny, and whether or not they can look for a repeat instance is all going to boil down to whether or not Baka and Paz really want to try and take a more
鉄じゃないっけ、上の。
いや、上レンガだったはず。上のレンガのそこの壁めっちゃうまいんよ。
カナダとマリルカたち。落としてる。強い。
あ、これは。
これ100ターン割れば形勢逆転じゃないな、さらに整うから。強すぎ。
いや、これは。やらないかな。
今登ったのうまっ。
ここら辺の人たちの腰打ちの精度が普通におかしいね。
俺たちと性能が違えよ。
フォートナイト触った感じ腰打ちの方が当たりません？
まあ、そう。距離によります、距離に。
マシンガンとかは確かに腰打ちの方が当たりやすい。
近距離なら。
やってるせいで多分腰打ちの方が当たるんですよね。
ブが落ちちゃう。
あれかな、スコープの感度とか変えればスコープのぞきの方が当たる。
変わりますよ、だいぶ。
連戦してるやん。
Cammy and Seti, they might have dealt with
飛ば
Stain
ショ
and
ット
Datas
が。
at the beginning, but they still have plenty
いや、た
of
だショッ
work
ト
cut
ガンが
out
ちょっと
for
弱い
them.
な。
For Strokey, just slightly above Cammy for the time being. Cammy though doing a good
胴
job.
体100出ないのは
Most
き
of
つ
these
い。
builds, some brick, gonna be going out.
ここら辺の人たちのボックスファイトはレベルが違うからな。
多分、脳死突ってこの数ができないんだよな。
そりゃそうだと。
しかも多分、
そんな人たちが世界大会出れてたまるか。
マップ見た感じなんかもう1パーティーいんだよね、奥に。こいつらが漁夫に来る方はダメージ稼ぎに来たらちょっと辛いよ。
神設定的にはね、もうダメージ取れてるから戦う必要ないよな。
相手が引いてくれればそれでいいんだよな。ただ別パが来てしまった。
3パーティーでここ。
別パ来たから。
あ、そのパーティーになすりつけて逃げたい。
これめっちゃ逃げたい。ただ、あ、引いたね。
全パーティー引いてる。
そうでしょ。戦いなくても。
おお、
わあ、めっちゃ敵された。
でも回復ストックしてる。
でも強い。何が見えてんだマジでこの人たちは。
What a tower base though for Tayson. I mean, got a couple of med miss waiting, ample amounts of shield potions.
壁投下されてる。
何が見えてん？
テイソン壁と階段投下されて見えてる。ゴールハック入れてる説ある。
Or actually a same story if you're Pars and Baka. Because for the time being,
あ、でも一人遊ってんのかしら。
一人が漁って一人がダメージ与える。これ最近のセオリーやね。
変わってんな。競技全然見ない間に。
さっきの雷はチームのあれダメージ数ってこと？
そうそう。
あ、そうなんだ。じゃあやっぱそっちの方が効率いいか。
ザゴーペポ、アジアで有名なザゴーペポがその戦法をよく対応してます。
日本勢とか、てかアジア勢自体が戦法結構多い気がする。
てか、そうでもしないと、
まあ、勝てないんだよな。
EU とか戦法よりもなんかフ
パ
ァイト力っていう
パワーで全て明示してるけど、KRJ とかもいい例だよ、エペックスの。全員頭おかしい。
戦略っていうかもう基本的なステータスのパワーが高すぎるんだよ。
パワーイズパワー。全てはパワーが解決する。
エペ自体はあれもうアジアの方がファイトは強いからどっちかっていう
まあ確かにキーマーで言うと確かにキーマーで言ったらKRだけどパワーで言ったらそっか日本の方が強いか。
そうそうアジア系の方が強くて EU とかが作戦勝ちみたいな感じは多いけどバドはアジアもうほんと戦略だからな。
バドは強敵みたいだよな。
自体はもはやバド自体が戦略みたいなゲームではある。確かに。
パワーでなんとかするチームがいるからいるんだ。ゼータが結構作戦も強いけど普通に打ち合いがマジで強いから日本勢の中だとトップになってる。
風見さん招集されるかもしれない。オーディン枠で。
オーディン枠。
あなたこのチーム入ってオーディンしか使わないでください。
あ、化け物化け物。
でもあれですよ、プロチームでそのマップで特定のマップだけ出てくる選手がいますよ。アセント限定
いるよね。
バレデューワンポイントみたいなそんな器用なされ方する。
それは
マップのアセントを絶対ジェットで出てくるっていう選手いますよ。韓国の選手なんですけど。
Loop route down snappy here, as the zone will be pushing in pretty quickly. On the other side, Pink and Vico from the Frenzy Farms now up to a high ground position here. Not gonna go for trades, and oh, what a dirty angle there for Vico.
何が当たってんの今マジで。意味がわかんない。
But again, we see some of the action that's
でもなん
been
かこのまま
unfolding
いけ
here
ば
so
第
far.
3サージは出ないな。
To give us even more.
Thank you very much, Taco. Look, we just saw Pink and Vika there on the screen.
結構初動かぶってるし相手どかしたいから初動ファイトしてるしなみんな。
I like to see action. I like to see fighting. And I thought these two were going to be fighting. And even Pink himself said, look, we might have to fight them. There's not enough loot in this area for both of us to share. But they're somehow making it work. So far, game one, both of them, they're making things so scrappy. Every single bit of loot they can get, they're going for. And somehow they're in the top 10.
FNCS だったら第28ぐらいまで96人とか残ってるから誰も死んでないとかあるから。
その時点でサージが発生するから強制的に誰かが倒さなきゃいけない。うわ、いいとこ持ってる。
top tier competitors, but when you get to finals, you know it's gonna be a lot harder now. As number one is all that matters for the best of the best.
2点当たるとこあったか今。
1点じゃない当たっても。なんで2点当たった？
やっぱパワーか。やっぱパワーなのか。
ゲームもなんかゲーム自体変えてる気がするけど。
頭いい。違う。サージ稼いでるこれ。
actually have finally found themselves in elimination.
頭良すぎん。頭良すぎん。
So this is their chance to go ahead and bounce back, put some numbers on the board. And they have a very interesting strategy. They're actually a healing striker and getting as much surge as possible. What a unique position to be in.
これがアジアです。ごめんなさい。
アジアがごめんなさい。
終わってるって。
アジア性格出てるマジで。
解説に笑われてるって。
会場で文句言われても何にも言えねえぞ。
頭いいっちゃ頭いいけど。
頭いいけどこれは。文句しか出てこね
え。むしろ脳筋プレイでしょあんなの。
回復に回復を重ねて一人のダウンから300ダメージぐらい取ってる。
おい性能違うわ俺が使ってるツイマグと。
連射力が多分ね3倍ぐらいある。
多分MK ぐらいあるそのツイマグ。
Great position here. Zone's already starting to hold more center than the last game, so this will be a very much different terrain than what we just saw in the last game. That's going to be probably a warm welcome for these Western teams that don't seem to get very lucky often.
ね、当てれば強いから、当てれば強いから DMR。
当てればね。
サージ稼ぐんだったらワンチャンあるよ。
まあ1ダメージ強いもんな。
Cooper.
多分これ倒されたチームやろうな。
違
ったわ。
まあ初動サージで悩んでるって言ってたからな。ザゴローテポ昨日の時点で見つけ出した回答があれなのはちょっとごめんなさいなんですけど。
これ日本勢の印象悪くなってもこれしょうがない。マジ観察力すごいよなこれ。あ強い。近いぞリート。これリート取りに行くかな空島。
空島とったチーム確か15ポイント入るんだよね。
意地を取りに行くやろ。
世界大会限らず最近の大会のルールであるんで、
そうリートを取りに行くのか。
また上げたチームが15ポイントだからでかい。これたら
だな。
この上レンガ400ぐらい取れるしな。でかすぎる。でかすぎる。
またもう対空で返せばいいだけだけ。
ハット選手だ。やっぱりエリートは。
マシさんこれ目指そう。
無理。無理。これになれたら僕がこの舞台に立ってるわ。
有名になれるよ。
有名になれるね。
VTuber とかなってないもん。
VTuber の世界勢が。
VTuber になってない。全然ストリーマーで言ってる。あんだけ強さだったら。
しかも VTuber なのにさ、世界大会行ってカオス出すっていう。
ごめん。
向いてある必要性を疑問に感じられるみんな。
into expending some of their resources, some of their splashes and heals that they might not have wanted to let go of otherwise.
マジでこういう大会見てるともっと上手くなりてえなと本当に思うな。
っていうかあれじゃない？見てたらさ、フォートナイトやりてえってなって実際やるとこんなうまくできないからはーってなるね。
そこまでがわかるわ。
その気持ちはわかるわ。
どのゲームでも多分そう。大会とかすごい動画見たらやりたいってなるけど、やってみたらそんなプレイできないから。
そうそうそう。
But look at Chubbs' builds. They're running incredibly low. He's actually
カード取りに行ったね。
このチームもしかしてペコたちにいじめられてたのって。どのチームだったの？ダウンのやつ。
何も名前見てなかった。
見てみようリプで。
What a spot to be in now if you're Canada and Agers. Even more pressure as they
神
only
落ちた。
scored 0 points in game number 1. The first team to be fully eliminated, but not humiliated. They do have a chance now. Finding tags here now into Thoric and Bolts. Of course, some of NA's best there too. Very few can say they've wielded the pickaxe of champions, but hold up, jump in with Colleen Fastrokey, who's already gotten an elimination. This is actually a full finish that they picked up, potentially onto Cammy. And now Seti is by himself. My oh my! What a tough spot to be in
この
for
レベル
Cammy
だ
and
ったら
Seti.
さ、もう勢いとかじゃなくてどんだけ丁寧にやるかだよ。勢いで言っても返されるから。
そうさ、こんだけ早い建築をさ、感覚じゃなくてさ、もう完全意識してやらないといけないのきついよね。
相手の攻め方によって対応を変えないといけないしな。
あ、これ間に合わない。
神。
神落ちた。
あ、神。
感覚でしかやったことないからな。できないんだよな、に意識してするのが。
アンチ外に起こしに行くよね。スラップあるし。
大丈夫？落とされないそれ。い
や、だから落とされないようにアンチ外に。いいでしょ。
たまに変態的なやついいんじゃん。アンチ外まで乗ってきてるやつ。
いや、この大会で1キル取るためだけにそれ行くのは頭悪すぎると思う。
いや、もう絶対こう、いや、その選手にちょっと恨みがあるかもしれない。
やりすぎだろ。世界大会に恨み晴らしに来てるやついたらやべえよ。
あのピック狙いに行くのやべえよ、普通に。日本語化しかったな、今。
Vino, though, taking his
Oh,
time with the approach, as you would expect. Have to keep him fine for as much of a fragger as he is. Oh no, trouble though for threats here.
1枚返してる。
この人2対1やってんの？
いや、1枚返してる返してる。
なんでも返す
おお、これ勝ったんじゃない？サージで落ちるんじゃない？
多分もうすぐサージで落ちる。
今の1打でサージ解消した。前。俺、何を考えながらこのレベルで対面してるの？ね、負けたら終わりって思うのかな、やっぱ。
いや、もうそんなこと考えちゃいけない気がするな、もう。え、てかさ、大会さ、チャーシュ出ないっつってたのにさ、なんであるのチャーシュ。え、さっきチャーシュなかった？
出るの？あ、出ないの？
え、出ないって言ってたよ。チャーシュとキットのショックウェーブは。
わかんない。
出ない言ってたのに。
世界大会だけ特別仕様だった気がする。
It's time to get on into this new zone here. Long rotate and make, and it's going to be a tough one for them. Meanwhile, out of the top 5 here, only 3 duos remaining here in game 2. For Strokey and Kylie down, and Shari and Vision View down there. You can see on the right.
On the bright side, though, for Community and Rapid, did see them with that Storm Chaser augment, so that's definitely going to benefit them a decent amount. They continue to look for those rotations. Klonsky and Grolls, on the other hand, Cirque Plants doing the job as far as getting some health and shield regen is concerned, but they definitely still need to wait around.
あ、でもサージ食らってんの無理でしょ。320をそれで対応ってしてる。どっちか打たないと死ぬよ。
3つ取って買うとはいえどじゃない。
入ってきたし相手。それやりたい。それやりたい。やばい死ぬ。やばい死ぬ。生きて生きて生きて生きて生きろ。あ、まずい。まずい。あー、まずい。
配給してる。
命からがら
some of these other
生きようと
teams
してる。
might just
生きよう
get
としてるけど多分すぐ死ぬ。
There's circumstances where teams might be
あ、ザ
relatively
ゴ
far
ー
behind on surge, but
ザグーさ
team
ん。
gets elammed and then the gap isn't as big as it initially
ビコ
seemed. But
と
for Vico and
神セッティ対面し
they've
て
got a whole nother mess to cover. Only 18 below damage threshold, so the pressure is definitely on right now.
あ
But it's on
あピンク。あ、神落ちてんのにクラッチしてるセッティが一人で。
Unfortunately,
やば。
it does seem like he has to continue to ride this
Oh,
one out.
Bobby.
It was definitely worth it though because
Bobby.
at the end of the day they picked up eliminations and he picks up 2 more now.
飛び
Putting
落
up
ちちゃっ
that
た。
4 here.
ポリ
So
ゴン好きに
this
して
is still a game that's worthy of earning
割と人気が高いスキン
points,
か
right?
もこれ。
Remember, at a very, very early finish in game
ダー
number
クも
1.
落ちちゃった。
If there's anybody that knows how to play the low ground, it's definitely going to be Seti as well. So Tark being through as a solo, while difficult, isn't necessarily impossible. But man, with some of these teams that are looming just outside of where he's currently situated, it is going to be tough. And Taysom
あ、で
Merstash
もペポザゴいい場所
are
取っ
going
て
to
る
be
ね。
crossing just
右
next
フリー
to
で取って
Seti.
る
And。Seti, he's going to have to continue trying to play from that far backside of the zone.
アンチ
Meanwhile, Alex
寄
still
り
has
したいだな。
the high ground there. Just for Had, Hero, it's next door. Big shots going out to teams in the distance here. Hoping to pull zone, but Had and Hero put in the shots here. Man, Garrison Shari, 4 elim.
Garrison Shari definitely with the 4 eliminations so far. And they're just continuing to see if they can add even more to that number because even with 4 eliminations, being only 13 above on that surge damage threshold just goes to show you how aggressive this lobby has been.
Definitely a close one there. Meanwhile, Reap finds another elimination there. Worthy, who had the high ground, gets knocked by Hero. Okay, so they must have over-peaked from their position, and now they've been taken down. That could be a potential huge swing. Could
ベノ
Middle
クイ
East
ジ
be
が
winning?
やっぱ安定してんのか
Game
な
number 2 so
まだ見
far
てない
here,
な
setting
あ
themselves
は
up shortly to do
ハイ
so.
グラに
Seti rotates across. Vino
ハイグラに
he's already
ベ
trying
ノ
to
ク
do
イジいる
this back-to-back run,
毎回多いんじゃん、
back-to-back
ハイグラ。
number here. And look, Hero
これ
is
が
trying to
EA を
make
制
their
し
way
た
up, but
立ち回り
the resistance up top is Vino
メイン今めっちゃかわいそうだったけど、
One thing that
ラム落ちてきたけど
Queasy
今。
to do, it is take height.
ここら辺の人たちの前でラム飛んじゃった
And it's
ら
something
そう
that
なる
they've
よ
done
ね
excellently throughout 2 games so far. But again, they still have to maintain it. Can't count your chicks before they hatch sort of mentality. As
まだちょっ
Kanata
と回復弱いな。
seems to have found POTUS Eye
トゥナ
Snazy
フ1はちょっと心も
as
とない。
well.
まあねまあでもさっきも資材あれでリフレッシュ入れてたからな
Baka Par is still alive.
まあそう考えれば、そっか。
Ritual still alive.
リフレッシュ力が高すぎるんだよねどっちもベノも
Those are a few of the
クイジ
NA
も
competitors that are up.
オリートだ。
You wonder where is the Amzo? He was also
勘
inside
違い
the
ムー
top
ブだ
10. If teams can continue to keep up that
いやで
pacing
も
there.
いい回り
But meanwhile, the story
これ
right now
だいぶいい
is
ぞ。
how far can Seti push this here?
セ
That's
ッテ
it.
一人
Rocket Ram usage out.
いい
45.
シェロン落ちたブーガも落ちた
49 damage above the surge now. Halfway through material, this is a tough spot to be in. Here's the Amzo's look.
あミスって
Mid
る
to high
反転
ground
階段
here. Moving all the way across. Beautifully done and clean execution on the rotate here. He actually takes down
ログ流れてないからジャゴペポは安全なはず
That was that second to high ground team, and now they just have to
ね
deal with
終盤までいければ
Queasy
ジャイ
and
モン
Vino.
今
They
も
can do just that.
ログラにいる
They
め
will
っ
be the kings
ちゃ
of
強い
the
じゃん、そ
top.
こ。
It's almost like dealing with a final boss
強
at
い
this
け
point
ど
as far as
アンチ
Queasy
によっては死ぬよな、多分。
上上りになったら終わる
So long as they're in the match,
だよね。
teams are going to have to look out. Cole, though, with Acorn, doing an excellent job. Taking
パ
out
ワ
the
ーパワ
Sphinx
ー
and Oyo. That's going to
や
clear
っぱ
things
全
up
て
for
は力
them.
か。
As far as these
全てはパワーによって解決される
concerned, Seti, though, again, the fact that he is
サ
still
ブ入っ取りに
kicking
行ったとこでか、
despite
さすが
being
に
a。solo for so long
お
here
ーい
at BDS.
違う人映してくれ
What a fantastic display of his experience.
あでもジャイモン今上がってきてるなちゃんと偉い
Cammy and
あ、ちょっ
Seti
と
are putting down the comms needed here to
アンチ。
navigate through this game so effortlessly, making it look easy. Meanwhile, on the low ground, here's Middle East. Fahad here,
いいんじゃないこれ
representing
だい
4
ぶ
elims right now. What a big spot
い
to
いん
be
じゃな
in.
いかアジア勢
Showing us just how good
ア
they
ジア勢だ
really
いぶ生き
are.
残っと。
And let's again not
ど
forget
こど
this
こ
is
ど
the
こ
Global's
今ジャイモン
best
が
tier. Joining us
中
from
段
the
いて
upper bracket, you had
ザ
to
ゴーも中段
perform
もで。
うん
あ、下行った。
upper tier of the 50.
いやいいいい先端にいたザゴ
Kanata falls inside the
テポ
top
落ちて
16 there.
るテポ落ちてるうん
Very far push for him, but not good enough.
ミカソンミクソン誰だ
Job leading the charge on the low ground.
おザゴー。ザゴー落ちたな。でもユマジャイもいる。あ、ユマ落ちた。ユマ落ちた。僕が名前呼んだから。
悪魔のささやきってか。
やばい。やばい。まだジャイモンが。やばい、言わない方がいいかも。
ザゴーあれじゃん。ストームサージで落ちそう。
ストームのあれで表記になった。
サージでしんどうな。
サージきついんか。うまっ。
リート。よう見えてんな。おちょ。
ゼータ生きてんじゃん。
ゼータ生きてる
2キルぐらい入ってた。
ああ、ザゴーが多分ダメージ与えた後にアンチかなんかで死んだ人です。
かわいそう。
誰が残ってる？アコーンとコーンと
あ、でも全員、あ、1-1。
1v1v1v1。クラッシュパッドをどう使うか。
かゆくない？さすがにこのアンチだと。
めっちゃ顔がハーバー。めっちゃ顔がハーバー。
本当や。
これやれる。うまい。
うまい。
いや、きつい。アンチがクソすぎる。もう
ワンチャンかけてラム飛ぶ。
だ
よな、だよな、そうだよな。
あー、パンチ。行かないときつい。行かないと体力的に無理。
きついけど、下すぎるな。
いや、それでも一桁乗れてなかったよな。ジャイモンがどこで落ちたかは見えてないけど。
ジャイモン多分ね、結構前に落ちそう。ダクさんは悪魔かもしれん。
ユマが生きてるって言った瞬間死んだけど。
Quite the performance. How did you feel in those final moments of that game?
Great.
And what was going through your mind? Because you had an American flying up into the air, getting the information of you, but you had the better health in the situation. How did you feel clutching in front of all of these people?
Amazing.
見応えがありすぎてやばい。
Perfect word. Let me come over to you, Gareth. What was it like watching Cherry in that situation?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, anyway, like in this final situations, I already knew we have so many points. We are already like basically quad, so I was just chilling and I believed in him. I knew he
これどうすか、フォートナイト。
いや、面白いけど全然何が起きてるかわからない。
意地でも引き込もうとしてんじゃん。
いや、ゲーム性はマジで面白いと思う。やってても思ったし。
競技は特に面白いですよ。
競技まで行くとなると、あの壁とか全然わかんない。何が起きてんだって感じになっちゃってる。
それはそうかも。
戦略は考えられるけど、
上位にそう行ったら対面力っていうか、もう立ち回り全振りしないとむずいかも。
ちょっと俺には無理だな。そこまで上手くなれないな。
まあゼロビルドの大会とかもあるから、それ頑張れば。
ゼロビルドならパワーで勝てます。
パワーで勝てるのが一番楽。
パワーで勝てちゃいます。ゼロビルドなら。単純な話、どんだけ立ち回りクソでもエイムが良ければ全部倒せるから。
確かに。そうだ。
本当にね、ゼロビルドはね、マジで下手なやつにもワンチャンある。
マッチ3めっちゃ早い。
嘘でしょ？
あと8分。
俺なんかめちゃめちゃフォートナイトしようかなと思ったけど。時間がほぼない。
It was a battle of solos there in the end as well. I think I saw
リビル
5
ドしよく。
solos right there at the end,
リビル
all
ドしよく。
battling it out.
リビルド
And
し
that's
と
what
こ
we want to see from this. It's solos clutching up on the
で、
big stage.
絶望すんで、俺こんな建築できねえよっつって。
やめて。やめて。
このにぐさってしてしまう。
あのレベル見た後に自分のフリービルド見てたら悲しくなるから。
悲しくなってしまう。
なんでこんな下手くそなんだってなっちゃうから。
何が違うんだよって思いながら。
全てが違うんだよな。全てが違うんだよな。
いや、マジで戻れるんだったら最初に始めたシーズンに戻りたい。
今の実力持ってワールドカップに戻りたい。何回も言う。世界大会いける、ワンチャンいける。
Pink also was starting to try and make their way down, but then said, "Oh wait, no, let's setting Cammy. I'm gonna."
でも結局あのシーズンってパワーがすごいいるから、エイムが良くないとどんだけ立ち回りと技術あっても。
コンバットとかいうちょっと理不尽な武器があるから。本当にコンバットは楽しかったな、打ってて。
やばい、Fortniteやめたくなった今。
なんで
下手すぎてやめたくなった。
高性能 1v1 しとる。
リビルドしかしてない。リビルドなくないもん。
Yeah, I did want to highlight a couple things for us first in that number 1 spot. Rich and Ritual. Whoa, that's the one. I'll come back to him in just a second, but just as a reminder, Sherry and Gidas, and I'm sorry if I'm Shari if I'm mispronouncing his name. I'll see myself out. I'm so sorry.
Can we get someone else on the desk?
Yeah, can we get Mini Minor, you take over.
Yeah.
Still though, a huge victory royale from the duel, and I kind of just love the way they kind of play this, right? You can kind of tell, even just after these 2 games, these games are so hectic. They're not anything like the games we're used to seeing, right? A lot of these other regions, NA and E, which we typically broadcast, you can see, like, even though there's chaos, there's a lot of control, right? It's, okay, well, I know we're going to do this, and we'll position ourselves. In these last 2 games, it's just chaos, right? Either no build or everyone's on mad low HP, where everyone is one shot to the other. In this case,
それぐらいで見るのがちょうどいい。
It is so hectic on this stage.
知識ないのに見てる時点ですごい嬉しいです。てか翼さんとかって大丈夫ですか？全然なんか強引に誘った感じになっちゃったんですけど、大丈夫ですか？
楽しく見れてますよ。
それならいいんですけども、全然眠かったら全然寝ていいですからね。
わかりました。全然大丈夫です。
無理しないでくださいね。
はい、ありがとうございます。そのゲームがいざ始まると、その知識が全然ない分、なんていうんですかね、もう解説を聞いて、なるほどってなってる感じっていうんですか？
いやいや、もうこんなにたくさんの人と見れるなんて
無料ですみたいな。
無料でございます。はい。当初予定してた風見さんとか言ったんですけど、
戻ってくるっぽいよ、
戻ってこなくなっちゃいましたね。
死んじゃった。
お酒入ってるから寝た可能性すらある。
ごめん、寝たわって。
明日ごめん寝てたわ言われる可能性がすごくある。
フォートナイトが楽しい。スターワンド買ったからめっちゃ面白いある。
今更スターワンド。
5年の時を経てスターワンド買った。
スターワンドもデータでも買ってたから多分2回買ってるもん。
スイッチの時からやってんのにスターワンド買ったことかね。
最初に買ったのは何？
このね、ビーフボス。
何それ？何それ？
バーガーのスキン。
最初買ったの死神の鎌なんだけど。
もう2回目に買ったの死神の鎌。
トム見てて死神の鎌がすごく欲しかった。
でも詐欺師。詐欺師トム。
詐欺師とか言うな。思ってるけど。僕も思ってるけど。そのリーク情報しか流さないから詐欺師とか思ってるけど。
一種のエンタメではあったけど。
He said, no, you're not having that med mid. I'm coming straight in there. And the reaction from the crowd was so cool at that moment.
Well, I already mentioned them, but Acorn and Cold also had a great performance as well. And I mean, I love to see NA on top. Minnie, what's going on?
I mean, NA on top here, this is a difficult one for them. But, you know, I like the way they've adapted their play style. We can see this going through in this late stage of the game. I think there was a moment in this end game where they were trying to look up for that high ground. It didn't quite happen for them. But these mid to low ground players,
ゲームに集中するから は絶対僕はやらない。
多分ね、すぐ内落ちする。ランクが本当に上がらんすぎてやばい。
ヒロさんはミラーさんのやつ出るんですか？
出ないですよ。
出ないんだ。
出ない。
チームが決まんないんじゃ。
寝ると出るの。
At some point, I mean, looking at the points and kind of calculating it, maybe our top 3 have kind of already solidified themselves.
それを知らなかった。まあ知ってても多分出ないかもしれない。最近エペやってなかったし。
大丈夫ですよ。僕めちゃめちゃ初心者ですよ。
おっさんにいじめるの楽しいんだよ。
ね、ボースティングするとか言われたしね。
しなかったけどね、結局。
まだ始まってねえよ。まだ始まってねえよ、大会は。
I told you guys I was going to be coming from the lounge throughout
the
weekend. This time around, we have Redis.
僕も主催でカスタムとか使ってしてみたいな。
And she told me that this is
多分ね、
actually
楽しくなるから見た方がいい。
いや、賞金付きやれば絶対集まるよ。
So tell us all, how has it been experiencing the global championship so far?
開きたいけどな。
いいですね、誘ってください。ぜひ。行きます。
人がいねえんだよな、やる人が。
僕のサーバーいる人だったら多分大体来ますよ。
周りの人が集めてくれればできるって感じですね。
I will find a way to talk with you soon. Don't you worry, Reddish. Don't you worry. Man,
エペはもうオクタンかバルキリーしか使わないから。
Kelly, you said something that interested me. You talked about these top 3 and how they potentially might have already
考えるのが
qualified,
めんど
right?
くさいから突っ込めるキャラしかもう最近使わない。
そんなこと言ったらパスが一番いいっすよ。
パスはね、
After one good game, a
引く
duo
と
could
き
very
が
well just
引
qualify.
けな
Right? They
く
might
なっ
just
ちゃ
be
っ
a
た
good
り
game
す
with
る。
a couple VR or a couple eliminations rather.
強引に
and it
20
might
分で
be
引けるよう
just
に頑張り
enough.
ましょう。
Definitely might. I think for now these teams that are in this sort of top 5, top 3,
車線が切れない状態で引くことになっちゃうから。だったらストレーフとかできるオクタンの方が強い。
キーマウスか。
キーマウスね。パッドでもやったりしますけど。パッドはそうだ、レベル上げなきゃいけないんだ。忘れてた。
バトバトったんですか？
パッド用のアカウントと分けてるんですよ。
マジなないように成績が。
あ、そうですそうです。
どっちが強いですか？
いや、強いのは多分キーマウの方が強いですよ。
嘘でしょ？
EA 自体も認めてるんですよね。パッドと分けるのはありだよみたいな。
ああ、あれか。
サブアカ扱いにならないんで。
そうなんだ。
These guys are both incredibly talented players as solos. We've seen them in DreamHacks come first and second, and they're just like a duo that have just decided to play.
配信用と配信しない時用でランクのあれ分けようかなって思ったけど。
あ、それはありらしいですよ。配信アカウントと分けるのは全然問題ないみたいですよ。
でもあれらしいですよ。なんか、ショドマスの、なんだっけ、ショドマス配信のためにアカウント作るのはちょっとグレーゾーンらしいですよ。
And we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally did too far of a mic drop earlier. I ended up breaking that microphone. But I'll introduce her again. It's going to be Redis, a fantastic creator in the Fortnite scene. And like I was saying, this is actually her first time out at an event, being a fan. So let us all know how it has been experiencing the Global Championship.
It's been phenomenal. I was saying earlier, but you didn't hear that I've been watching every single FNCS for like the last 3 years, I think. But this is my first time watching from an audience. I couldn't make it to the US last time, and it's been crazy. I'm sitting right next to Gentlemates, the French people, and they go crazy every 2 minutes. The audience goes crazy. And also, I have to mention the first game as a GXI supporter was pretty wild. We had Malibuka win off spawn and claim the island, and then Queasy won. So it's been just amazing to watch as a fan and supporter and Fortnite lover. So, yep.
本当にあれですか、エペやりながら今。
あ、見てますよ。
よく両方やれますね。すごいな。
普段からあれなんですよ、人の動画見ながらゲームをしてる人なんで。
集中切れません、切れるというか。
何やるかじゃないですか。ランクとかやってたら多分無理だと思うし。
全然ランクやってますよ、今。
バケモン。バケモンだった。
ランクした。
Yeah, awesome. And for anybody that would love to check out your content, Reddish,
一人でやらなくてやつないの。
Reddish on Twitch or I'm Reddish on Twitter.
There it is. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Reddish, for the insight. And we're going to be tossing it back to the desk with Zeke and the crew.
Thank you so much, Reddish. You're fantastic as always. Now, as we kind of draw closer to the next game start, we kind of want to highlight a couple things. Really quickly, Minimiter, you kind of called this out for us, and I wanted to take an opportunity to talk about it. Zago and Pepper, they had a very interesting Storm Surge strategy in that last game.
Yeah, they did. I think this just encapsulates what LAN events and global events are all about. We never know what these other smaller regions could be pulling out of the hat when it comes to strategy. And what I saw there in that end game was actually, or that mid game actually, I should say, Zago and Pepper actually got a knock. They were able to carry the body towards some of the slurp mushrooms, keep healing the player on those slurp mushrooms, which of course benefits tagging up the player to get some of the Storm Surge. We've seen such a big impact so far in these first two games.
ザゴーペポヒーリングストームサージとかって単語聞こえるもん。
風見さんおれば翻訳できたのに。
けど、あれですよ、批判的なことは多分言ってないですよ。
素晴らしい IQ プレイ。彼は天才だって言ってる。
頭使ってる的な多分感じだと思いますけど。
different spots for their splashes there. So by having more, I think it was around 10 splashes, being able to not just heal, but also rotate quickly, which is part of the reason why we saw them being able to set themselves up for success early in the game. And I say that as Queasy goes down, but still, being able to make it all the way there is going to get them those much needed plays.
一番理不尽だからな、今シーズン。死に方で。僕もゼウス君と大会出た時にされたわ。泣いたハイグラ取ってたのにラムで吹っ飛ばされて死んだから。
ゼウス君めっちゃうまいよね、フォートナイト。
マジうまい。
ゲーム全般うまい。
Thank you so much, Zeke. And that's right. Game number 3, nearly ready for these players to hop off the battle bus, but Monster,
何回かクラッチしてくれたもん、大会で。あ、始まったかも。
そう。始まってしまったかも。
第3試合が終わると大体あれですか、おのおの
そうですね、大体第3終わったあたりで自分の暫定順位のしっかりしたやつ出るんで、まあ、下位のチームほどキルを取りにやっぱ動いて、上位のチームは自分のポジションが固めるために安定ムーブに走ります。大概。
ここから結構また戦略的な展開していくことが
ガラッと変わるかもしれない。でもステインレイダーズはかぶせる。これがアジア。これがアジア。
これがアジアの脳みそ。タイエントピッツだ。これワンチャン神詰めたら勝てるぞ。
分断してるから片方一気に2人で行けばワンチャンある。
全然。
やばい。あ
あ。いや、痛いのもあって。いやおっと
落ちてる落ちた。どっちも落ちた。神で。
なんかこの詰め方あれだよね、もう完全に。後半のさ、敗者復活戦的な感じで行こうとしてるよ、これなんか。チーム割り方が化け物だもん。
あ、でもラークが倒してる。あれなんだよな、その大会始まる前のインタビューで全然初動勝負自信があるって言ってたから。
なんかさ、頑張れって言ってたんだけど今。気のせい。
頑張れーって言ってる。
だよね、
日本でムキムキパパとかが戦ってると思う。
We have seen what he can do in person. We have seen what he can do in just
頑張れ頑張れって言ったら声届くかも。
届いてるかな。
コペンハーゲンまで届いてるかも。頑張れジャゴペッポ頑張れ。
頑張れ。
looking for his chance to take down Calgamer. Calgamer actually going to look for a brief retreat here, though, at the relentless retreat.
I like it.
Seems as though he wants to try and look for some better weaponry, or possibly even just looking for a different position altogether.
おお、ここに来てるんだけどザゴペポ。いや違う、被ってるんだ。補正されたし。
They had the knock, but they didn't get the finish. That's going to be a big mess up. Big mistake, big
いや
opportunity.
強い。ワンピック持っていけば一気にいける。これ。
Looking for the big opener. Another one there. Okay, chipping away, but nothing significant this time.
That is massive though for Skits and Sora. That Skits was actually able.
体力もイーブンだしな。なんならフリーまである。
Shieldbreaker EMPs. Curious to see what Zagu actually chooses to do with.
キルする分のダメージ取れてるからガンガン行く必要もないしな。
Now fully aware of the fact that Zagu is trying to break down his wall, continuing to replace build after build. Skits with the P, Zagu with the damage taken. It's gonna be Skits and Sora still looking to try and capitalize on this circumstance.
いやー、ザゴ体力あれだから引いてもいい。相手めっちゃ回復あるしな。
You can hear the crowd really starting to turn up right now.
Big augment though.
野球の大会かよ。
That rarity check could go crazy, depending on how.
ヤジの感じが。
It was Skits that might have opted for it. Saw him one of those common weapons.
おお、いい体力状況は全然いい。ただショットガンのダメージが低いから。さあキルジョイセット。
Zagu tried to place there. Pressure on Skits.
Oh, I think he's going to be feeling really confident after that one, but
やばい、資材ない。
completely out of material here. He does have to be careful. His teammate finds a little bit too, so Peppo goes in, fully boxes up. It's all going to come down to hit the shots, and he does. Zagu showing us why he is one of the best.
Oh my god.
Directly out of the region.
Oh my god, Peppo 強すぎ。
Representing all the way for Japan, and my oh my. Take a look now with Kylie and Bastroki. Man, they're just mixing things up.
Constant trades for the most part.
いいね。初動勝てた。サージもある程度稼げてるはず。
South side of the map seems to be working out relatively well for them so far, having that elimination already, and now that's going to alleviate a decent amount of pressure here for Bastroki and Kylie. They don't necessarily need to fully push in just yet. They can really wait to see how they want to actually choose to try and reapproach here, but they're not the only team to mix things up a bit, as now Misha and Teeny just above Bryce and Chubbs, and they might be looking for an opportunity to find an elim or two here.
This is pretty interesting because Teeny and Misha definitely have been having a tough time against Baka and Pars, but Bryce and Chubbs have been jumping in that battle as well. It has been a three-way engagement here at the Shady Stilts and around. So Teeny and Misha trying to mix it up, saying, all right, what can we do different? How can we adapt here? Clearly, they made it to the upper bracket, right? But having a tough time so far.
動画聞きながらエイペックスなんてできるわけがない。
足音聞こえない。足音聞こえないでしょ。
足音何も聞こえん。目の前に来たやつこうすることしかできん。やばい。今日できんな、こんなことで。
視覚情報で全部を理解しろ。
いや、エイペックス足音大事、めちゃめちゃ。
何のゲームでもそうだけど。い
や、エイペックスほど大事なゲームない、マジで。
フォートナイトも大事じゃない。
エペは最悪音なくてもいけるよ。
おっと、おっと。
おかしいおかしい。
音だけに
いや、大体敵のいる位置って決まってるじゃないですか。
確かに決まってるけども、たまになんか気違いみたいなことしてるやついるから、信用ならんの。
あ、煽ってる。
芋の位置と相手が大体元からそこにいる位置と大体決まってるから。
今僕ガンゲームしてて、 3000ダメ1キルってなんすか？終わってません？さすがに。
まあ、格殺までいけないってことですよね。
うん、終わってる。
すっごいとこまで出てる。下に入ってるのか。
It was really their surge strategy that seemed to be a little bit lacking in game number 2. So now mentality here for Girls and Clownsky, if they want to find some points, want to work their way up even further on that leaderboard, try and cement themselves into that top 25. But they've got to work through some other teams before they can find themselves there.
Yeah, and work through those crash pads as well. Having them work against them for a second there, so Clownsky couldn't unfortunately join Grolls on the push to the top, so cost them a fair bit there, but all in all, they have things under control.
A good height positioning, at least. That can definitely help a lot as far as establishing some surge damage is concerned. Meanwhile, inside of Rumble Ruins, you have Axe Force hiding inside of a bush, and a pretty common strategy as well for players, so look for those tag opportunities with some of that safety inside of the bush.
Yeah, now that single elim right there is onto Cooper. I know we were just hyping up Miro and Cooper's big eliminations they picked up, but look, Miro's now by himself in the distance there, so Cooper caught off guard out in the open there and away from his teammate. Here we get to see Heroics Thomas and Malabuka. They are up, they are standing, which means they have survived the drop. Clearly, they are working their way towards the grand finals here and now.
Massive stuff, though, from Malabuka and Thomas, given that they had to sit out for game number 2 because of Kanata and Ager.
Right.
So for them to be able to play make-up time now, adding to their total point count for the day. Because again, we are in game 3 of 5. So this is, I think, technicality of a halfway mark for a lot of these teams, and this is where you can really start to see the consistency that needs to be maintained come into play.
Yeah, one might say this is the most important game of the tournament here. Between game 1 and game 3, I mean, either you set yourself up for success or you turn things around now and come out a victor. And by that, I just mean top 25, right? That is the goal today. And then, of course, Sunday, get as high as possible, make as much money, and be the winner of that $1 million first place prize. Here we got Pink and Vico. I know we're hyping them up. Definitely a team that has had a lot of success. Although, again, playing off the scrappy drop, but look, they find themselves finally fighting a quote-unquote.
True, but they had Calgamer and 7-Man also on the opposite end of them. It seemed as though they were kind of sandwiched in that position. So, might be a very tough circumstance for them to actually work around in as well. You're in the heart of Mega City. You got Flixie way up top.
エリは圧倒的に速くなってる。
Seems as though they had a successful battle because one elimination.
5やばいとこ逃げられた。
5マッチなんだよ。いつもなら6マッチだけど、今回5マッチだから、
少ないな、やっぱ。
もう折り返し入ってるし、キレ求めてる人たちもいるよね。
いや、しゃあない。そうじゃないと勝てないんだよ。
トップ25のボーダーがどれぐらいなんだろう。
今トップは何位、トップ何位ぐらい？
トップ100ポイント超えたか超えてないかくらいだと思うけどな。120とかじゃないってでも。
120だったら大体ボーダー80ぐらいじゃない？
トップ 25？
Thank you, most. So like you see, no elims. We obviously saw at the start of the day, Calgamer had a lot to say about Phaser and King's ability. He thought he weren't too good. And King said the same things. They're not as good as they say they are, but these two teams have been going head to head. Not full engagement, but still both teams looking to try and set up a fight where possible. We see them sort of pinching and peeking towards each other at times. And what's happening is that they're disengaging, right? Neither team currently in the top 25. So one of these two teams is going to have to start to step it up. If I them, I'm going to be making out of relentless retreat and making that vote useful.
Thanks so much, Levin, for that breakdown on whether or not it's going to be Galgamer, 7man, or King and Phaser. That's going to be the team that finally breaks through from that initial drop spot engagement. But again, it
いつの間にかあれだよね、なんだっけ、拡張が何つけたか見れるようになってる。
ね、なんか便利になったね。
FNCS もそうであってほしかったのに。
They've got some eliminations on the mind.
エイペックスがこの地。
この地やめて。この地っていうのやめて。需要ないわ。
計算がいたら需要あるのか。じゃ
それあるよ。それあるけど、ヘビスのはないかも。
差別か。
いや。
いや。Try to make sure that their approach is as methodical as possible here at Frenzy Fields.
And of this duo here, the highlight player was definitely Acorn in match number 2, where he really went the distance in the end when it mattered. But
でもだいぶ人数安定してきたらしばらくやらないかな。
inside that top 25, this has been a great showing so far. And again, contested, half the loot he would expect, half of what he would really want. So to take out Pink and Vico, to send them back to the lobby,
アイドロップだ。
to not see them on Sunday would be excellent.
やばいやばい、神。
They could make a run
神違う
as
か
grand champions.
But what's interesting
カルビ
is that at Frenzy,
なんて
keep
読
in
むんだ
mind, Galgamer and 7man
カルビ
were
は
there as
違う
well,
か
but
も
they weren't.
これは違うよって多分言わないといけないかも。
Imagine that Galgamer, 7man recognizing
赤身カルビじゃないの
the type of engagement we want to take right now, just like I drop.
赤身カルビじゃないんだ。
Trying to see if he can gather anything from Rift Island. If he's able to get this capture point uncontested as a solo, that will be absolutely incredible.
熱いな。
Yeah, and you know, it's worth 15 points, so it's definitely a position you want to jockey for. Not a single other team has decided that they want to come up here. This could be his lucky, graceful moment here, but no, there is a duo just above them. Could iDrop build a big enough base here to buy him some of a flex? Potentially. Oh no, it seems like the team's actually underneath. Okay, but we jump in with Queasy. Queasy's hurt here. Vino, pretty healthy. They have to double down alongside one another. It's Kylie and Frestroki. Kylie and Frestroki went south this game. Had success down there. Now, because of that, inevitably, it puts them on the pathway, the war path of Vino and Queasy.
That was a big shot, though, that Kylie just landed onto Vino. Took down his shields almost entirely, so Vino's going to have to pause for a moment. Utilize one of those legendary slurp juices to make sure that he is
そろ次のお菓子を解放するべきかもしれ
to
ない。
actually take this engagement.
何のお菓子
Kylie now looking for where he wants to try and make this finalized approach, but doesn't realize Venom's managed to sneak up behind him.
チョコシューだよ。チョコのシュークリーム。
Queasy as well, starting to create a little bit
も
of
う
a
シュークリーム
separation
って
here.
単語ね、本当に
Starting
ね
to、see whether or not he could try and pressure on the
なんでだよ。
other side.
じゃあ、いじめてきたの、その、それで。
Nice pressure
どういう
application
こ
from
と
this duo.
どういうこ
What
と
they gotta do now
名前
is
がね、
finish it.
名前、下の名前がね、ちょっと似てるから、よ
So far for the upper bracket.
ういじめられてない。
シュークリームに。
Now approaching that time.
その名前がシュークリームに似てるって。
シュークリームさ、
Can we get out of here safe and sound?
シューマイとそうやって言われてたのよく。
You have to assume they're feeling the same way. The demeanor says so, and we call it just right. They want to get out of there as much as
シュークリームに罪はない。ペポが僕に作る。
めちゃめちゃ食べるけど、シュークリームは。
美味しいから。
美味しいし、よく。なんだよ。なんだよ、美味しいからよく。わかんねえよ。
怖いわ。自分の言葉に自分でツッコミ入れて切れないでくれ。
自分でも何が言いたいかわかんねえんだよ。
I mean, Cold with 90 builds to still work through. Meanwhile, Pink, I believe last checked in, he had around like 16, 18. That's practically nothing.
誰も幸せにならないアンチ外耐久勝負。
They don't really have another option other than to close this fight out because they need the materials they need.
誰も幸せにならないこれ。
うまっ。
Cold, but Cold gets him in the box
う
and
ま
puts
っ。
down the other as well. Pink and Vico shut down and sent back to the lobby. And that is the best team for them to look at. They already have
ビコが落とされた。ピンクとビコをクラッチした。
sealed in the bag. They were in third place coming into this, picking up these elims here. It was so good to kind of run it back one more time. Boxes him up, finishes him off. This is how excellent Cold is in the pocket.
いやよく打たずに見てたな今。偉すぎ。
Ready to tackle Cold from that position, but being towards that Frenzy Field side, they're going to have a great opportunity now for Acorn and Cold to make an approach towards the zone from the dead side. rotation, so curious to see how that actually pans out for them later on. But as for Rise and Iamzo, solid as ever in terms of applying damage.
Top 5 in every major of the 3 majors. That is an exceptional position to put yourself in, really showing how flexible they are season to season. It also shows you they might just be the team this weekend. They might just be that team, but let's jump into the action here.
今絶対階段編集しなくてよかった。マリブカさん逃げて、逃げて、超逃げて。でもアジア勢今キルしてたぞ。ムキムキパパとシェロンクリア。違う、キルしてた。
To escape from that position, because it really looked as if Kyuni and Rapid were about to finish off this duo. But with Thomas being out of the picture,
いや、ボーダー全然そんな高くないわ。トップ14で60ぐらいだから、63ぐらいだから、多分50あるかないかぐらいじゃないかな。全然1試合終盤いけば50ぐらいならいく。全然ワンチャンある。
結構均衡してるんですね、勝負が。
そうですね、まあ、このレベルになったら、固定メンツが上位に残るってわけにもいかないんじゃないですかね。結構、アンチがどっち側に寄るかとかにもよります。もちろんアンチ側にいる人が有利なんで。
そうですよね。
ザゴーたちがいた左に。めっちゃ重い。配信画面ですらめっちゃ重い。
重い。
Still, Vanya and Karmi, again, doing a great job utilizing those crash pads. Cammy and Seti together as a duo, that's something I haven't really seen too much of at this point in the game. Curious to see how their end game goes now that they're both up and running.
何が見えた？何が見えてた？
Lingering about, they already have themselves their 3rd elimination. And they're sitting on top of the loot. So this is a full-on refresh for someone who was up on high ground here. So this is an excellent find for them. Meanwhile, looking at the top 5 here, Ritual and Re are leading the charge by a fair margin.
ブーガも落ちたし、ブーガマリブカザゴ落とした。強い。今も落ちた。ザゴーペポアンチが正面移動だから結構きついかもな。
From our top 10 to even our top 20 competitors. Gripping and Flixe though, one more time. Another revive. It's gonna have to go through, but this time it's gonna be Grippe turning the favor onto his teammate Flixe. But that med missed as well. Seems Flixe is going to be just fine for the time being, but they still got to keep pushing forward. They still got to keep trying to move in, try and stay ahead of these zones wherever possible. But
ザゴーペポ別個移動なのかな。別で動いてるっぽい。
And I know we're jumping in with Monaco's Mustache and Falcon Tayson here,
めっちゃ前にいるし。
I want to give a lot of credit to Baka and Pars who have a great position over the lobby right now. A bird's eye view, they are one of the few teams poised up.
お隣さんとお話し合いして前に進まないと幸せにならないよ。たまにいるじゃん、なんかアンチ移動しないと自分もやばいのにそれ永遠とお互い暗黙の了解で打たずに済めばいいのに
幸せにならないね。
そういう人たちがいなければ。
Maybe he did and might be interested in trying to pursue it.
He's thinking about it.
Kyrie hoping he can get this thing in time, but it's going to be too much from Tayson. Interruption on that revive now. It's Tayson and Mustache seeing if they can finish what somebody else had started.
解説の人がラフちゃんって言ったように聞こえた。呼ばれたかも。
呼ばれてたかも。
世界大会もしかしたら出てるかも。
マジ？めっちゃ強いやん。
めっちゃ強いかも。
that's just a freebie for them.
Yeah, it's all in all a net positive. You get the damage that you need.
とか言ってるうちにザゴ落ちちゃったかも。
Looks like it is going to be a slappy shore.
全然ザゴ死んでた。
Just outside the mountain there, Vino's already marked up the position they want to be in. It's that natural high ground on the backside here. The ice castle.
アンチが良くないです。
But again, Baka Bars looking downwards on them, putting that infinite upwards pressure here.
頑張ってほしい。
いや、本当に頑張ってほしいかよ。
グ
ンナーのそのシーンが持ってる。強いか、グンナー。なんかとなかったのかな、レアードの。
応援団がいる。
応援団がいらっしゃる。それに対抗した日本人もいらっしゃる。
頑張れー。本当に頑張ってくれ。
怖い敵がおるよ。怖いよ。
And again, with it being metal, it's so difficult for teams to really take a second to try and chop them out just yet. Queasy gotta look for the connect onto some of these other builds, but
もうクイジーとベノがハイグラずっといるから誰も上見ないもんな。一生下で戦ってる。
A structure in the distance, but Cammy and Seti are looking backwards and they're saying no, not today, not in this lobby. I want to fight for it as well. We need a big game here. We need it now. And all of a sudden now they are the most resistance on the front side of the zone here. But if they don't put pressure back, we know what's going to happen. Vino, Queasy will run with this.
Seti and Cammy aren't careful. Keep in mind where their builds were starting to go towards. I mean, with the direction that Queasy's headed at least, it almost seems as though they might headbutt each other on the high ground at the moment here. But instead it's Acorn. It's sneaky. Crash pad. But he's continuing to hang around. He wants that front side of the zone, but hanging just on the edge of it.
And I just love how we're seeing, again, NA's best and EU's best, right? Back to back here, two different perspectives, two totally different layers. Acorn and Cold, again, just excellent low ground teams playing to what they play best, and they're doing it well here. Meanwhile, you do, of course, have your other teams fighting for height, so an excellent play to watch unfold here, but we jump into Pars, and end game for Pars here too. No Baka. The least amount of elims we've seen so far, but it is a single one. So far of the three, they put up numbers every time. Now we jump in with Muzz and Paper. Turning online right now, 6 eliminations. Could this be their game? One big pop-up will put you up in that top 25, surely.
It's been a relatively quiet day for Muzz and Paper so far, so this could be a massive moment.
ラーク倒してるからラークたち生きてるんだよね。シェロンじゃねえ。ムキムキパパかな、ラークは。
マジで日本勢1組でもそうで。
現状の順位がわかんない。ファミセッティがハイグラリテイクしようとしてる。アンチ側から。それ刺さる。それは刺さる。神セッティハイグラ来た。
And they swing things around. Queasy's hurt. Vino's fully healthy, but no! Things change so quickly.
Oh my god.
And now Queasy's by himself, but it's still excellent end game for them. They're going to be happy with a top 10. Meanwhile, Paper and Muzz continue to force their way in here. 8 elims now, probably the most that are alive at the moment. Trailing behind another team and Paper's gonna fall there.
おい、ラーククラッチしてる。強すぎ。あ、これ一桁入ってる、ラーク。
Still up and kicking. Seti though with a massive hit, and that's the back-to-backs now.
でっかすぎ。
But the materials refresh, it might not do him any good. He's not able to break.
生きてるやん。トップ3入ってない？いや違う、落ちたか。さすがに落ちたか。かわいそうすぎる。あ、いや生きてる。トップ3いる、トップ3いる。うますぎ。うますぎ。2。
そのままいけよ。
ラークうますぎた。でもこれ一気に上がったんじゃない、ラークたち。
うわ、うまいな。
最後 1v2 返したけど。
I do. I'm so excited to talk to these guys because they're known for one of the most consistent placements in all of the games that they play, and you haven't disappointed us so far. What's it like taking a victory royale or day one here in Copenhagen?
I don't know. It's an insane feeling. I mean, this guy is just, I don't know. This guy's on something else. Like, this guy's the best player, I think. I'm serious.
Yeah, doing it for Canada. We saw you in the air, nearly clutching the victory royale in the previous game, and now you've taken it one step further. For you, is it a bit of a dream to perform so well so early in the competition?
でも、
Of course, I
ト
mean, like
ップ
getting
10
ahead
ワン
early
チャ
is
ン入
always the best, and no
いや
pressure, you know?
Yeah, you're not feeling the pressure.
ど
You're
れだ
very
ろう、ト
set
ッ
on
プ10は
Sunday
入らないか。
already. Why do
2
you
枚目
think
には
you
入ってるんじゃないか
are
な。
able so frequently to take down the competition?
I mean, I'm just playing with the best player. It's not that hard.
You have been preparing for this all year long. You qualified way back in Major 1. How do you feel like the game and the way you've had to play it has changed over the past year?
I mean, everything's changed. You know, we kind of did in the beginning, then we had a little downfall, and everything's changing, but we're adapting pretty well.
Fortnite の
You
画
say
面を
downfall. What do you mean by downfall? Because you
サブ
did
モニター
place
に持っ
top
てきた。
10 in all 3 majors in North America
いいな、
this
サブ
year
モ
that
ニ
you
ターとかあっ
played.
てな。
So
本当
for
に。
you, what's a bad day?
いいな。
FPS が落ちちゃう。サブモニターにしたら。
Anything under first? Well, it's looking like you're probably going to have a very good day. Now, I got to send back to the desk very quickly though before I do. Akon said such nice things about you, Cole.
サブモニター安物にしてるから僕の場合めっちゃ安い。全然良くない。
そういう感じ。俺も中古のやつ遊ぼうかな。ちょっと YouTube そっちみたいな。
サブモニターは1万ちょっとのやつだからめっちゃ安い。
Big congratulations to Acorn and Cold finding themselves the victory royale. Now, before we continue, quick shout outs to Vivid and Levin, who will be hanging out with us on the analyst desk here for the remainder of the day. My oh my. Sometimes I didn't expect any duo to win a game in this fashion, and that it looked so easy.
That game was a roller coaster, and for multiple reasons, really. And you know, when we tune into the global championships, the one thing obviously everybody is excited about is the clash of playstyles, the best at what they do. And throughout this game, you know, we saw a couple of height changes between, you know, arguably the best height team in the world, Queasy and Venom. And then I was like, oh, look at this. They're on the low ground. That's exactly where they thrive. And then, yeah, they ended up on the high ground to win the game.
5キル、6キル取ってたでしょ。もう一回ラーク落ちしてくれ。もう一回ラーク落ちしてくれ、頼むね。ラークの視点移してくれ。ラーク10キルしてない？
そうでしょ。
今10で映ってたけど。
スーパー？そう？
世界大会で2桁キルしてた。まあ。
10はそうそうねえぞ。
I could not agree with you more. Now, what I'm curious about are the standings. Let's take a look together. Let's see how things are unfolding. Remember, we're trying to end the day in the top 25, go straight through to Sunday. Acorn and Cold here in that #1 spot, breaking 200 points. All right, this is day 1, guys. Save some for Sunday.
This is what I love to see, you know.
1位やっべえ。
何ポイント
225。1位抜けてるな。1位と2位に50ポイント差開いてるから。
なんか、あの時みたいだね。ブーガーの時みたい。
まあ、ブーガーは5マッチ目でもうほぼ優勝確定してたからな。
I'm personally looking at some of the players beneath them, right? Just below, we saw how hot they started the day. They're going to be looking above them. Okay, you know, these guys are setting the tempo, but we're going to do our thing up on height while they do their thing down below. It's been weird for Queasy and Venom, especially, right? Because we're seeing them so consistently.
トップ20さ、トップ25か。ボーダーどんぐらいだと思う
25?5 試合で。
5試合で。
140とかじゃないかな。
それじゃあ、でもそれちょっと高い倍かな。その勢いでポイント増えるんだったら、80は絶対ないし、4でも120ぐらい。
なんなら上位にポイント固まっていいから、下位のチームが1回の終盤で上に上がれるぐらいの、もうはっきりしてくれた方が逆にこうなったら。
ああ、確かに。
上位が固まってずっと取ってくれ た方がワンチャン出てくる。
その方がまだ希望あるしな。
And it's not just playing it off right when they're actually in the position, delivering, being able then to actually, hit the shots. Of course, they did get chopped out on height eventually, right? It wasn't.
いやでもラークが夢を見せてくれた今。
I think the big thing with Kami and Seti is obviously we saw how they started the day, and I think it's fair to say they brushed the dust off their shoulders, right? They didn't allow, losing off spawn early on to sort of derail their competition. They understood, hey, look, we just got to stick to the fundamentals, get back in the game. We can beat these guys off spawn, and now they are delivering in the game.
And one more point here about Kami and Seti. We talked about the all spawn situation.
おい、ラークのとこなんで映さないんだよ。
For Kami and Seti, right?
なんで映さないんだよ。アジアなんてどうでもいいってか。おい。
And to think this all began like their day started with basically no points on the board, right?
アジア、一回まともに映ってだけ。
Getting the victory out, and now they're sitting there
だいぶひどいものしか映ってないよ。草地稼ぐだけの。
草地稼ぐ。グロ
シーンしか見てない。
かわいそうなシーンしか見てないけど。アジア勢。神セッティの初動勝負以外映ってないぞ。しかも勝った時のやつが映ってないっていう。マジで。
基本アジア勢そういう。そんな感じやけんな。どこでも。
And you might be thinking, Zeke, right? Like, oh, it's so easy, right? Oh, he's up there as a solo. Why don't we just go up there and contest them? I mean, it's got to be the nerves, right? There's so much information that these players are very good at hiding. Idrap somehow got that situation off where he's like, hey, I'm just going to sneak up here. And I'm pretty sure later on, actually, because as we know, Reboot Van on top of the island ended up using it to go ahead and reboot his teammate. So smart.
Absolutely insane. Levin left speechless. Now, we do have something really cool here lined up. It is actually a listening to that game-winning moment from Acorn and Cold. Let's take a listen.
We're just gonna crash that and go. Not now though, but like.
音声付きなんだ。
Ready? You're gonna jump on the ramp.
Yeah, go ahead.
This. I'm just gonna slide.
Yeah, I hit it. We're good.
Just gonna run. Run left, run left. Going deeper. All too low ground. I built the box for you as well.
Nice, bro. Really good job. Getting heavy.
Are you good?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
思ったよりあんま喋ってない。
Good luck right here, look here, look here. Got it.
うますぎ。クリエディット。
No, PC.
There.
I mean, I just have to say it every single time I get to hear these guys
顔かけ
are so composed. You never think they're sitting at a land, that there is to play.
顔採用でき
They're playing one of the most difficult.
全然顔採用じゃない全然分かったけど
I think what impresses me the most, if you look at literally any esport, doesn't matter which one, have your pick. Professional comms sound like that. There's a lot of things we could have been calling out. Both of them, though, just sat there. They only called out what was most
OK です。ありがとうございました。お疲れ様です。
The moment they find a moment to strike, it's like, okay, let's actually
皆さんも全然無理はしなくていいですからね。
That's crazy.
はい、大丈夫ですよ。ありがとうございます。
Honestly, the professional players that play at this level, because we're thinking about the meta, and we have the mini crash pads. They're out now, but it's not a lot of mobility, right? So you have to save a lot of your materials, and the way some of these pro players do it, we saw it right there where they were kind of talking through that rotate.
スコア見たところはそんなに言うほどなんていうんですか、30位とかの人はノーチャンスっていう感じではないと思うんですね。
そうですね。まあ多分上位が固まっちゃってたんである程度上位に上がるのは難しいけど。逆に中盤と下位が同じぐらい均衡してるから、ワンチャンが生まれてるって感じじゃないですかね。
けど、そんだけ上位が固まっちゃうと、決勝の日結構あれですね。不安というか。
まあ、それはそうですけど、まあ、日が変われば、ガラッと一気に変わるのがフォートナイトではありますから。
なるほど、なるほど。
まあ、ここででも1位とか取ってたら、自信はつきますね。これいけんだって。
I know I could use some
ラ
help.
フさん見てる感じ、アジア勢は1位取れそうな雰囲気あります？
アジア勢は
Yeah, placing
そう
very,
ですか
very
ね、もっ
high
と
on
ガン
the
ガン
leaderboard right now, and
ガ
it's
ン
not
ガンっていう
even
か
necessarily about the storm surge strategy. It's about using their drop
回
spot to their
復
advantage.
スラープジュースっていう回復があるんですけど、それを積極的に取りに行けば対面力はアジアそんな負けてるとは思ってないんで、立ち回りプラスちゃんと物資を確保できればワンチャンあるんじゃないですか。
結構慎重にやりすぎてる感じはありますか？
あんま周り見すぎてるかなって感じで。
ポテンシャル生かしてないよね。
やっぱりなんか遠慮してる感があるというか、パ
ワーでいけと。
そう。
全てパワー。
全然ね、1v1 とか FFA っていう2v2 とかの練習を海外の人たちとやってる時の見てる感じだと負けてるとまでは思わないんで、もっと強気にいけばいいんじゃないかなっては思います。
なるほど。
Alright, actually, why don't we go ahead and check out the Creator Lounge? Kelly Link is standing by with a very special creator. Who are you with, Kelly?
Thank you so much, Zeke. And I am here with someone very special. It is Keep Up
そろそろ
Radio. Thank you so much for
行
joining
かな
me
いと
here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we're 3
最後のマッチ
games
頼
down,
みに
two
なっ
to
ちゃうの
go.
は怖い
What's
から
been your experience so
Oh
far?
my gosh, I've been having the best time. I think just coming to IRL events and seeing the players play, the
戻っ
crowd
て
get
きた。
so excited and crazy. It's the best experience for sure.
寝たかと思
And
って
what has
た。
it been like interacting with all the creators here in the Creator Lounge?
It's been so fun. Shout out to Reddit, shout out to Peach, my people. I love getting to see
あと
the
2マ
people
ッチ
that
で
I interact
す。
with online IRL as well. It's really fun.
Well, if we're going to talk
ズ
about
ナミ
your
さ
people,
ん
then we
ど
got
う
to
す
talk
か
about your
フォートナイ
favorite
ト。
team as well. Who is it?
Okay, so I came in not really knowing who I wanted to root for, but Cold and Acorn have like stolen my heart. I'm rooting for them. Let's go.
Well, then you must feel really good. Just them walking away in Game 3 with that victory royale.
I know, it was so exciting. I was like getting a touch up right before, and I'm trying to look over, like, oh my gosh, they finally won. So exciting. So I'm excited to see what they do for the rest of the games.
And I'm so excited to hear about what you do with all this Fortnite music. What is the
多分
process
ね、
for
フォートナイト
creating
は
these incredible
ほぼない気が
songs?
する。
Yeah, it's so fun. I really just
熱
try
が
to
入る
take
ことが
pop culture and music and like
よっぽどなことがない
kind
限
of
り
take
なん
the
か
elements
な
of
さそう。
songs that we know and love and like apply it to Fortnite, and I feel like the people really relate to it, which is
まあ
so
ね。
fun and so awesome.
Do you
みん
have
な
any
そうなんだよ。
songs in the works right now?
Oh my gosh, none that I want to talk about
Okay, okay,
yet.
fair, fair.
Yeah, yeah.
指が何本もない
Shout
と
out
できない
if you
よ。
know Tilted Tower Dance, go Tilted, go Tilted. That has 100,000 streams on Spotify, and it's a Fortnite song, and I'm so proud of that. So really cool.
Keep Up Radio, thank you so much for joining me here. Where can people find you online?
You can find me on as Keep Up Radio everywhere. And can I just say one more thing?
Yes, of course.
Cla-
Oh my god, thank you again so much. And guys, back to you on the desk.
Go Tilted.
Go Tilted. Go Tilted. Go Tilted. Shout out to you, Keep Up Radio. Again, it's just so cool. We've been doing FNCS for a year now, coming together, bringing everybody into one big pool, just being like, what's up, Fortnite fam? It's great to see all of you from different walks of life, from different aspects of the game, all in a single place. How have you guys enjoyed the competition so far?
Yeah, I think the competition is delivering completely for me, right? The atmosphere has been absolutely amazing. The crowd's been going absolutely wild, especially when Thomas HD is on the screen. I know the M8 audience up there, every single time they're on the screen, they've been going crazy. So shout out to everybody that's here.
Yeah, nah, the atmosphere's been unbelievable.
風見さん、
You know, we've got more days of this,
明
right?
日16時とか17時ぐらい空いてます
all loud inside of here, which I'm very much excited about.
16
But, you know, even in the server, right? In
16時17時ぐらい。
been delivering, man. I think when you have a competition like this where
なんかウリャリアンがレッタークルーリンクのやり方がいまいち分かってないって言ってるんで教えてもらえれば。
俺に直接言ってくれてもいいのに。
絡みが薄いからじゃないですか。
みんながみんな、赤見さんのような文章じゃない。
Yeah, no bias at all. No bias. No bias.
100% bias. No, totally bias.
And I'm sure you guys are wondering, what's up with this longer break? Well, keep in mind we're halfway through the day, so we have to give the players a break. Get them, kind of get them on a step back, kind of refresh the mentals, come back stronger in the next couple of games. Frankie is actually standing by right here, right now, with Miro and Cooper.
I am, and this is such an impressive duo because they came together for Major 2 and qualified for Globals back then by coming second. So of course I had to talk to them. Currently in 24th position on the leaderboard. And Cooper, this is your first LAN. Are you happy with how things are going so far?
I think we should be doing a lot better in terms of on the leaderboard. But for my first LAN, I can't complain. You know, I'm having a good time, and I hope we do better.
So how come you've become this fresh-faced IGL that everyone is saying such great things about, given that this is your first LAN?
Starting an IGL role is really hard for me, but I think playing with Mero also, with being a great teammate, I think I've improved drastically, and I hope I do better. Yeah, I hope I do good.
Why did you want to become an IGL?
Being a fragger, I feel like I never got a good IGL, and I wanted to kind of take terms of being the leader in a duo. And I just got lucky to play with the best fraggers, so.
Well, I should talk to that best fragger now. Mira, I apologize for leaving you out in the cold as I've spoken to your teammate for so long. But you are regarded as a veteran. This is not your first rodeo. Why did you want to compete here with Cooper?
I think he's a good teammate. He's always grinding the game. You know, that's really about it, honestly. He's just fun to play with, good teammate. And I don't know, we kind of have like a lot in common in terms of like interests and stuff, so he's like easy to talk to about things and like music and all that. So it's just easy, you know?
Have you got a warm-up song that you listen to before you go on stage?
Ski by Sexy Red.
I do not know the song, but that is because I'm not as cool as you two are. So what's the strategy now? How are you going to regroup to try and guarantee that spot in Sunday's grand final today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say too much because I don't want to get DQ'd, but I feel like I really haven't had a fair chance of playing Fortnite yet, and I think that we just need a little bit more luck on our side, and we're going to be fine.
Okay, well, hopefully the luck will be on your side. Thank you so much for talking to me, gentlemen. I'll let you go and get some food, and I am going to bring in a Londoner. In fact, our only Londoner on LAN, so therefore I'm slightly biased because I'm from London too, if you hadn't noticed by the accent. Pink currently 29th on the leaderboard. How are you finding things in Copenhagen so far?
I'm finding it good, despite our placement. I think we're not playing the best, but I'm finding it good, yeah.
Why do you think you're not playing the best yet?
Game 1 we played well. Game 2, there was a minor error making the whole game go to waste. But then Game 3, obviously, contested by Acorn. He was already qualified in 2 games. So he dedicated Game 3 to grief us. So I think he'll continue to do that for Game 4 and Game 5, but that's what happened so far.
Are you thinking you can grief back then? How are you going to respond to this? Because you're not the kind of guy who's going to back down in a fight.
I mean, at this point, they're qualified, so no matter what we do, they're through to the next round anyways. So it's more so a thing where we've got to let go of the grudge and just focus on ourselves now.
So they're not in your head. And how are you finding things with Vico? Because you're a relatively new duo, you came together for Major number 3 and you pulled off what you needed to do to make it to Globals. But this was a surprising duo in some ways. So why do you think it's managed to come together so quickly?
I've been very tough with Vico, and he's like, at the start he was a bit annoying, I'd say, but more so now he's more so making me proud. So I think we're a good duo. We complement each other well, and I like playing with him.
He's a really aggressive player. How did you manage to stop him pressing W in every situation?
I had to fake drop him, I've had to scream a lot, I've had to do a lot of things. I've kind of meant him in a way, but yeah.
Pink, I'm looking for a coach, so I don't know if we can, once you're done with Global, you've got spare time in your hands, are you taking new clients on?
No.
Well, it's a great excuse. It's a great excuse, darn it. But I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I'll just go solo. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink, and we will see you out on the Battle Bus. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much for those interviews to the players. Pink
is always one that's very honest, Levin. He's going to tell you what's on his mind, and there's nothing wrong with that, I don't think.
もはや女になってる。
Levinさんが
かわいい。
I never lied to you. Look, the one thing I'd say about Pink, right, and Vico is they're in a very tough spot. Because, like he just said, Acorn and Cold, they're basically qualified now, right? They could, not play the rest of the games and they'll be good to move through to the finals. These guys aren't, right? And so if you're Acorn and Cold and these guys are contesting you, you're going to make their life as difficult as possible. You're going to make sure you can do whatever it takes to guarantee they don't have a chance to contest you come grand final time. So If I was Pink and Vika, I'd be not worried per se, because this is not a guy that's ever going to be worried, but I would start to be.
Yeah,
I mean, you definitely bring up some very valid points, but I think if anything has been proven by some of these performances so far, one good game, right, one victory route with a couple eliminations is worth enough points, 100%, to fly up that leaderboard. So they just got to win that spawn fight one more time.
Do you think they do that, though? Is that the play, trying to kind of keep rolling the dice? Is it just let's find somewhere else, or let's just disengage? What do you guys think?
So it's interesting, right? Because Pink is a player that's very experienced when it comes to being contested, right? You look back all the way to Chapter 3, Season 2, I believe it was contested by Mustache and Malibuco, and they were playing together, and they, were unbelievable, right? And I remember Pink saying to me, I've never experienced that off spawn, right? And they got demolished back then when he was playing with Anas, but he learned a lesson, right? He learned what it takes to be a good he said to me he had a lot of similar strategies coming in to try and
ああ、ボーダー58ポイントぐらいだね。
嘘そんな低い
まだ3マッチ目だから。
ああ、そっか。
ザゴーペポ27位だから、だいぶ惜しいとこまではいる。
案外、ボーダー80合ってた。
あと2マッチ、まあ80ぐらいになりそうだな。このままいったら。84とか、それぐらいになりそう。マイクをつけます。あ、ロード入ってるから、待機島いるね。カナダ。
Yeah, I mean, very interesting situation. I don't think anybody wants to be in the situation that they are in right now. But listen, we're at the global championships, right? These teams are here for a reason. If 2 games is what it takes for them to actually go through the finals, I guarantee you that they are very, very well capable of it.
Yeah, 100%, right? Again, it is just a matter of doing what they were able to do in that first game, right? He said it himself, that first game, if it was good, they were in that game. They looked good. They looked like a team that was going to continue throughout the day to have pop-offs. But unfortunately, it hasn't panned out that way, right? You have to get back to what that was in game 1. And I think it's very possible for this team.
Yeah, so what you kind of just touched on, you guys are just hitting me with the razzle dazzle right now.
That's what you do.
That's what you do. This is the global championships. Okay, we're looking for the best duo in the world. There cannot be any question. There has to be a duo that steps up and says, we are definitively better than everybody else. So I feel like at this point in time, we can be a bit more critical about some of these things, right? And we kind of have to be, We can't just say, well, this is a major, you've got weeks 2, week 3, you'll go to, we'll see you in grands, it's fine. No, this is the end of the line.
You know what? Levin said it. Honesty is the best policy, right? So I'm going to talk about one of the favorites here, right? We took a look at a little bit of the bubble right there, and I saw 23rd place. Thomas, HD, and Malibuca. That is not a very comfortable spot to be.
Not at all. Not at all. And then when you are the favorite, there's pressure that comes with that. You've got this crowd here that's making all this noise for you. If you are Thomas, Malibuca, you have to start thinking about, okay, how do we get back into this?
だってここからまくれるってほぼないでしょ。
ないでしょ。
ザゴーペコ27位か。
いや、全然あるよ。
全然あるけど、この2試合どうなるかだよな。
明日行くのめっちゃ怖いよな。26位とか言っててもさ、入ってくるチームでガラッて変わるから、試合が。今日突破しときたい。
初動しせずに12ポイント稼げたら、
さっき被ってたから初動しワンチャンあるんだよな。始まった。まあいい、早打つぜ、早打つぜ。早打つぜ、喋らんでいい。
ひでえ。この人たちも必死やね。必死に対話つなげてんだよ。
こうやっぱ一番最初の見どころはカミセッティ VS ね、レイダーズステイン。
マジで熱いよ。
こう勝てばマジで熱い。
ただ一つ思うのは、誰だっけあいつ忘れたわ一瞬で。もう一瞬で忘れた。
カミセッティかレイダーズステイン。それでカナダとマリブカ・トーマスね。この潰し合いもおもろい。 あー、カウンデイラーズ差し分けてる。キング死んでる。ワンチャン一発じゃ無理かも。やったけど弾がない。やったけど弾がない。ちょっと
やばい。
ワンブリッジ返した。マリブカが。
マジか。マジか。
マリブカ。マリブカ。
お前らやってくれると信じてたよ。
初めてじゃない？全部負けてたでしょ今まで。
一番最初勝った。一番最初勝って、それ以降負けてた。
2-2か。あっつ。
2-2やね。熱いマジで。
あー、キング格差ついた。
キング。
キングじゃなかった。
なんやねん。
沈んでろドロブでって言ってた。それは雪宮だった。わからない。ブルーロックわからないか。
ブルーロックね、見てたよ。けどね、そこまでよく見てないの。
じゃあいいや。じゃあいいや。
ただ、エゴの言ってることはマジでそうだなとは思ったけどね。
ブルーロックめっちゃ最初炎上してたけどね。日本の代表選手をバカにしてたから炎上してたけどね。
いや、間違ってはないけどね、言ってることは。
Action has been relatively quiet. We've seen a couple of circumstances with Tayson really just nice surge strategy going for the most part at this location. But for Trulix and Chicho, they've also had a relatively quiet time so far.
対面で見合ってるからな。なんでよね。レイダーズスペインは落ちたよもう。神設定が勝った。神がクラッチしてた気がする。
もう、
One thing that we've definitely noticed
なんかもう、
from the
やっ
past
てること
three
がだい
games
ぶや
they've
ばい。
played out so far, Threats and Bugha,
潰しに行って
they've
る。
been a duo. They've
こ
never
れ
had
で
a
も
chance
折り替えるの変える方がリスキーじゃない？
circumstance together. So maybe here in game number 4, seems as though Threats is on a
エイ
mission
ム良すぎ。
to write his own
エイ
story.
ム良すぎ。
Some nice tags along the coast side, just south of
敵の位置を全く認識できてないけど。
A little bit south of them.
いやでもまあ僕も敵の位置把握しててもあんな当たんないです。普通にあんな当たんないです。この人たちエイムがおかしい。
人間じゃない。
They've been doing well so far as well, and that's something that you want to see. Even if you're qualified already, you want to keep up the pace, continue to build that confidence, because even though you might have Saturday off, you have to be prepared for Championship Sunday. $4 million on the line. That's not something to take lightly.
And again, I think it doesn't necessarily have to be flashy, but for Thomas and Malabuka,
I'm going far, I'm going
ト
far.
ーマス・マリブーカ来た。
I got spot, I got spot. I'm dead, I think.
毎回トーマス2対1でボコボコにされてるんだよな。
60 wide, I'm dead, dead.
ルビンスリンコ。
He's getting shot in the back though, he's getting shot in the back. One is running back to farm and one is trying to leave.
これで1枚やったのがでかい。
Farm to break this after. Toilet, yeah, yeah, yeah. He's alone.
同じタイミングでステインで出ず落ちてるんだよね。
Nice! Get.
もういいや。
yeah, for Thomas and Malabuka, it's definitely looked pretty flashy. When you're going for that 50-50, when you're representing that there's a reason why this is your POI, at least that they're going to be
ここ
choosing
は
to
も
drop
う多
at
分
or they're
予選
established
通
drop
るんだよ
spot.
な。
First Strike's almost feeling like a POI with how well they have managed to just take hold of it.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised. It was a couple of majors ago where they were contested. And I wouldn't say it was the highest placing of a contested team ever, but it was one of the highest placings in an FNCS Grand Finals for a team while contested. So they've had that preparation throughout the year. And they're putting all that preparation here to test.
可愛いけどもう多分予選突破だからこのチームはあんま頑張らなくていいかも。なんなら他のアジア勢に キルになりに行ってもいいかも。
忖度してくれと。
僕たちを殺してポイントにしてくれって言ってもいいかも。
忖度も忖度やで。
ありっちゃありじゃない。予選突破確定してたら。
find themselves in that top 25. But right now, leaderboard is the least of Forstroki's concerns. Right now, it is all about surviving and maybe, if he's lucky, finding an opportunity here to look for a pickoff onto Yumi because Forstroki, if he's able to find this knock, or if he's able to just be patient, he might actually have a chance. So look for grabbing his teammate's reboot card if he hasn't already. Full disengage. It's still plenty early enough in the game where a reboot ban opportunity could definitely come up clutch.
Especially here where the zone is pulling forward. A lot of those teams are going to begin to rotate, whether they try to go to the slow side or directly straight towards the center. That is going to be one of the few safe opportunities you will have as the augments are already beginning to come out. Possible rarity check, and a lot of these teams, you might be saving some of those augments as well, but King and FaZe are coming to solve them, disengage out of relentless retreat. They're outside of the top 25. So a game like this is necessary to come out on top. For that high ground, instantly gives up. FaZe and him are a little bit too separated for my liking, and probably theirs as well.
Striker though, decent top-down overview. But it's going to be Exodus with the immediate trading of that big shield potion, making sure that his teammate is able to maintain as close to full shield as possible. Exodus, meanwhile, hey, you might be looking straight, but there's plenty of teams sure to be looking at you as well. Gotta make sure your backside is covered. That's going to be an immediate drop down to the safety of their tower that they managed to build up. FaZe and King though.
いや絶対眠いな、風見さん。
確かに。
キングたち38位だよ。
キング
キングじゃないかも。
キングはお前時代の、お前終わったんか時代。
なんかハイドしてる。やばすぎ。やばすぎ。ああ、感づいてた。感
づいてた。言い方よ。
多分言ってるわ、この人たち。考えが嫌いだよって。
advantage while they can, and that's Q and DX that they're going after, and they have a 2v1 for the time being, and they're wasting a lot of their resources trying to build for it, because that is the extra loot that they need. Instead of parking up at a drop spot, this is the strategy that they're going to use.
何も意味ないっちゃ何も意味ないんだけど、
Their opponent does get away. He finds a way
対面時にあれです。味方が同じスキンだとこのスキン味方だなってね。なる時はある。
こいつ割ったうちでもどっちだよって時がある。
そう、それもある。どっちが廊下を隠せたりもできる。
ある意味ペイトゥ、ある意味ペイトゥ意味。
白アサルトで。
Someone like him, he's been doing a good job so far trying to pick up these opportunities.
さすがのリートもびっくりしてた今。
And that's the thing. Reet and Ritual probably didn't even really see exactly where those shots came from, who was surrounded or all around them, and see they're going towards the south side of the zone, that they have to be careful, because as long as they continue to go south, we saw the zone was up. So this will be the congested side. You already see in the minimap there are so many teams going ahead and grabbing their spot all around them. That's going to make it that much harder, but Misha and Teeny keeping things on the run. Weapon cache is going to come up. And that's 7-man and Cow Gamer that they're trying to contest for it. A little bit of a mistake there with the briefcase turret. Trying to go ahead and use it to their advantage. Teeny, a nice shot from the side, backs up towards his teammate.
しかも MK 持ってるパーティーや。
MK か。
MK 対面でも全然強いからな。
強いけど、まあ、弱体か。はい。けどか、さすがに。それも強いか。
球数が多いから。今ラフさんって言ってない。ラフさんって言ってるって絶対。
世界大会出てました。
はい、なんかラフさんって言ってました今。解説の人。
They look as though they really want at least one, if not both, of these eliminations now. They know that 7man and CalGamer are bound to have some excellent resources and materials, but again, if you're CalGamer and 7man, we saw their loadouts. They don't necessarily need to pressure this. They've got exactly what they were looking for. Can easily disengage at this point.
Yeah, and being another team that's outside of that top 25 bubble, they're just trying to play the safe game, straight by,
みんなガツガツ対面行こうとはしてるみたい。
almost trying to do the opposite. They're trying to take the fight to Malibuka and Thomas.
残りはさっきよりも多いな。
are one of those teams that talked about how good they're playing as a contested duo, but they're in 23rd place.
このマッチで伸ばしとかないと一か八かなっちゃうからな。気持ちはわかるけど。チャージが多分絶対高いな。さっきよりも境界線が上がってるはず。みんな対面で稼ごうとするからアサルト手打ちできないんじゃないかな。
Seems as though Thomas feeling a little bit more comfortable with trying to aggress even further onto Ritual and Reed, but we'll have to tune back into them a little bit later on here because
やっぱラフって言ってるわ。ラフって言ってるでしょ。ラフさんって言ってる、ラフさんって。呼ばれちゃったか。世界大会呼ばれちゃったか。バレた。出てることバレた。
じゃあどうやって今喋ってんや。
いや、あれやね、大会出ながら。
余裕あんね。
イージー。イージー。
実際名前呼ばれてるしね。
確かに。イージー。
With only 2 games left, you could see with Pink and Vico, they talked about it going down, but as all that happened, Merstash is now in a 1v2 position, trying to back up, trying to do as much as he can to try to stay alive. That's Duke and Edgy on the other side. They need these points, and it's a 2v1 situation, and Merstash is not backing down from the challenge. A nice shot, but that's going to be a miss. Merstash takes a little bit of damage, but he has more than enough heals to try to get himself into tip-top shape, and it's only really a matter of time. Duke and Edgy, if they realize that this man is a solo, that could be their opportunity to strike. At this stage in the game, with only 2 games left, you have to try to get as many points as possible. Even if you don't get in the top 25 here, you want to get yourself as close as possible.
The hesitation, though, is definitely not there as far as Strokey and Kylie are concerned. They see a solo. They're ready to completely try and run it down. Because it's going to be Inshari left to fend for himself here. A nice double elimination there, Strokey and Kylie. So the plan, clearly a success from their starting point. A great job getting that reboot advance so they could play the game out as a duo.
285 above the Storm Surge threshold. Alex and Worthy trying to take advantage of this opportunity that is right before their very eyes. Peeking around towards the backside of the zone where they're trying to predict some other teams are trying to find a little spot, a little crevice, anything that they can hang on to. On the mini-map, not too many teams are there. Cold, you said it yourself. They have already got their spot into Championship Sunday, but you know as well as I do, there's more than just money on the line. There's more than just the Axe of Champions. It's about calling yourself the best Fortnite duo in the world. And that's what Cold and Acorn came to do. Specifically Cold. He was at the Invitational along with Acorn, different duos, but he placed 3rd. He fell just shy of both Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Seti. And he's out for redemption here as Merstash in another 1v1. He takes out Okus, trying to keep the show alive.
So unfortunate for Okus, but Merstash, he might have found 1 elimination. He's got a lot more work ahead of him, though, just from this position alone here at the Creaky compound. As a solo, Merstash is really gonna have to try and play things safe from the backside of zone. Probably gonna have to wait, recognizing the fact that there's some other teams around him, but no, actually, he can't afford to play safe because the surge damage threshold has just tapped in. And with that in mind, Merstash now, it is essentially now or never. He's got to make a play. He's got to find some damage, and he is just barely managing to put himself into that safety net threshold. He's looking to challenge for more.
That's just a daring play. Very, very brave, but that's something you kind of known from Merstash. or the more mechanically skilled players in the EU region overall. He's willing to take those chances. He's willing to bet on himself.
いいな、でもアンチ稼げたし、アンチじゃねえ、サージ稼げたし。
He's just trying to disengage. You said it yourself as well. He's just trying to find his way in towards the zone instead of waiting, letting time pass by, and having all those duos pass him and try to hold him out. I think that was a perfect play for him to try to find his spot inside of the zone. But a team that needs to not only find their spot in the zone, but find damage. They need to start to build that groove. 77 below, continuously falling. They're taking some time to try to get some resources, but that's the decision you got to make. What's more important?
でもこの体力でレーダーされたら多分飲む前に死ぬと思う。
そりゃそう。
There is
で、右ポイント行くんだ。
for King and Vaser to utilize, but unfortunate stuff there. It doesn't take them quite as far as they were hoping for, and now with that sound going off, seems as though teams on the that suppressed sniper rifle might be the main reason why they weren't as concerned, but there's
しかもあいつ蘇生しないで撃ってくる。やば。
another shot like that
いや、でも公衆より解いてるからな、確かに。
蘇生切れてるけど。
キルのさ、ログやばくない？遅くない？めっちゃ。
やばいな、今の。
今の抜くのやばくない？
あ、いえ、止まってるとはいえ。それ当てる、頭当てるんだ。
見せてくれるね、やっぱキングは。
さっきまでお前はもうキングじゃねえとか時代はとか言ってたのに。
この手だけはくれよ。
山ジャイモンおる。まとなりに。
いけ、潰しに行け、潰しに行け。そして負けだ。
こんにちは。こんにちはって言って綺麗になってくれない。あ、ザゴ。ボビーがザゴを倒してる。ダメだよ。ダメだよ、そんなことしちゃ。
いや、まあ、逆に見逃しても規約違反だけど。
あ、ペポもボビーが。
ボビー
やめてください。
じゃあこれだとさ、わからなくない？これ予選1個。予選だけど、
あと1。あと1。終盤行けば多分行く。
厳しくない？
キビ正直キビけどいやボビーラークいい場所取ってるからな。
まあ日本勢がね1組目を取ってくれれば恩の字ではないある。
ムキムキパパがムキムキパパ落ちちゃった。おお、ボビーラーク頑張りきた。
Unfortunately enough, they will be in the back of the
pack,
but they instantly are trying to build for some elevation. They don't want to get stuck on that low ground, especially in this zone. That was what I was about to say. It could be a roller coaster of emotions. We're going up mountains. We're going across rivers. Anything can happen here. And then into the box. Duke's being forced back. A lot of damage is there. He's going to get knocked. It's all up to Edgy, and their run comes to an end.
コーンたちだ。これ今1位のチームじゃん。もういいでしょ。ポイント取る必要ないだろお前たち。
やめてください。
ひどすぎる。引き殺していった。
うまい。
圧倒的1位なのにこれ以上何を望むんだ。
さあなの高見えでしょ。
やばいでしょ。やばいでしょ。あ、でもチェロンゴジャイモン倒してる。あとアジア勢がアジア勢を倒してるんだけど、さっきからずっと。
タイメンしてザマーって言ってんのかごめんって言ってんのかどっちやろう。
腰打ちキング頭抜いたぞ。スナイパー。こいつチーターや。こいつチーターや。今見た？一発目見た一発目。一発目見てやばいから。
このタイミングでね、死ぬかこいつ。
勝つ目覗いてないぞこいつ。
チーターそうだよ。
スコープ覗いてないってこいつ。
チーター打ちだろ。
やばい、キングがボビーとラックの上にいる。逃げて、超逃げて。
Another one of our teams that we've seen do great things throughout the year. 157 above the damage threshold, even though that might not seem like a lot, but from what we've seen like from the lobby, there's a lot of teams that are on those similar numbers, but luckily for everybody, if it turns off for now, even though it wasn't a far rotation with the bounce pad junior, it's just step by step. That's the way a lot of teams got to take it, just one foot in front of the other.
ランチパッドジュニア。うん、ランチパッドではないけどね、あれ。うん、クラッシュパッドだけどね、全然。ランチパッドじゃないけどね。
ビーツリンかそんなこと言われるわ。
なんでジャンプパッドをランチパッドって言うの？ジャンプってランチって言うの？発音が良すぎてランチに聞こえてるだけ。
ランチパッド。
海外の人ランチパッドって言うじゃん。
発音の問題なのか、それとも日本人じゃ聞き取れないから脳が勝手に錯覚してんのか。
神セッティがハイグラー。この月に繋がってんのが強すぎる。
And you kind of saw it at the start of the day with Queasy and Vito. 90 plus points for that victory royale combined with 7 eliminations, so anything is definitely possible.
このマッチでキング帰ってくるんじゃない？
はい、おやすみなさい。
おやすみなさい。おやすみなさい。あ、おやすみなさい。ありがとうございました。
So there's still so many possible points up for grabs. But the best part is, Threats and Booga, they're at least still together as we enter this late game, which is something we have not really had a chance to see from this duo all day to day. It's been competitive as far as solo clutch circumstances are concerned. They just haven't really been able to bring anything to fruition because of that. Pink and Vico, though, under a lot of pressure here from Malabuga and Thomas.
いやー、わかんない。何なんだろう。さっきからアンチクソじゃねえ。なんかアンチ終わってね。なんかハイグラすごいし。
煽ってるよね、もはやそのアンチは。
やばすぎでしょ、ハイグラ。誰も上見ないし。
上を見るほど余裕ないでしょ。
いやーでも大体セカンドとかが上見ますよ大体。
普段の頭はちょっとおかしいからな。
来た。ここからが見どころ。ビコあー崩された。
なんちゅうとこんで。
アンパンチ。アンパンチきた。ボビーたち落ちたな。
マジ
ボビーは落ちてた。ラークは見えてない。ブーガーも落ちた。ブーガだ。ブーガじゃない。クイジーベノが登ってきた。ハイグラ一生クイジーベノか神セッティなんだけど。シェロンを引き殺されたし。トーマスとマリブカが。このデュオは伸ばさないとやばいんじゃない？アンチが耐久するんや。地獄すぎる。ああ地獄すぎる。
There's one thing that Cold loves to do. It's play disruptor on the low ground layers.
神設定ハイグラリテイクしにいた。ハイグラリテイクした。熱すぎる。しかも1位のチームしっかり生き延びてるし。
激アツ。
トーマス・マリブカもいるし、神設定いるし、ベノもいたし、まだ。エコンもいるし。
Another player is going to drop. Sphinx and Poyo, who absolutely came out of
ラーク生きてたんだけど。
nowhere on the NA region to claim their spot here in Major 2.
セッティを返した？トーマスたち上がってきた？
Another elimination, taking down Seti. Now the high ground has changed, and they're trying to keep
強すぎ？強すぎ？
get sniped out of the air with the sharp tooth, and now we're into our final 4 teams left alive.
あ、熱すぎない？タミ生きてる？
He's trying to do what he can to try to bypass with that men miss, falling down low to the low
これ2 v 2 2 v 2
He goes down, a 2v2
強すぎ？
Sphinx and Poyo drop the
強すぎ？
out of their hands, but a nice shot's going to be traded off.
トーマス落ちた。1v2
And they take the game, NA on top, thanks to Poyo and Sphinx.
いやーマジで勝ってほしいな。
熱すぎた。熱すぎたし、ラークたち多分5位だったし。
such a dire position heading into this match. That is a massive point swing here, Jacob. That might just be enough to even
やばいですねこれ。めっちゃアジア多分1組確定でもう通過してる。ラークさん今ゾーン入ってる可能性がある。
Everything you were saying in that final zone because your mouth was going off.
ザボベボ通ってほしいな。
それマジでそれ。
Kind of just gets kills, does his thing, and I'm just there for the ride,
And do you just are happy to let him off the leash like that?
I mean, if he gets the kills, I got no
明
problem
日
with it.
ね。もう一組の推しのウィッケシーとクローザーが来る予定だったけど、クローザーがビザの関係で世界大会来れないってことになって、ビザが取れなくて来れなかったらしくて、EU の選手とウィッケシー組んで出るからな。ウィッケシークローザーじゃないと押せないかなって。
Hopefully,
決してクローザーマジで演出やけんな。
マジ強いあのデュオは。強いし仲いいから。
それめっちゃいいよね。
ザゴーミーム前回の非公式大会中喧嘩してたから一言も喋ってないらしい。世界大会中に。
それ衝撃だったちょっと。なんか喧嘩別れ的な感じだったんでしょ。
もうこの間は普通にデュオキャッシュ出てたけどね。伝説のデュオカムバックとか言って。
まあでも価値観の違いはしょうがないよな。
でもね、ザゴーさんの気持ちはすごくわかる。世界大会来てるのに観光優先してたんだったら怒る気持ちもわかる。
まあ確かにわかる。それは。
Well, Evan. NA on top.
わかるけどリフレッシュも大事といえば大事だけどな。
どうしよう、31日僕枠つくなくてお邪魔するだけにしようかな。
Thomas HD and Malibu were popping off. It looked like they were going to win the game. The crowd was getting loud. When Sphinx win the game, everyone was just like, oh.
可愛すぎる。
What did we just watch? Like the shots. Sphinx and Poyo were just hitting at the end there, Vivid. Insane.
From the low ground as well, and yeah, I mean, you got to give the positional advantage there 100% to Thomas, HD, and Malibu. Right, high ground is usually what wins games in Fortnite.
一桁入ってるでしょ。ラーク、ボビー。
I mean, it's just too clean, and usually I give my respect to Acorn and Cold because usually they're so good on the low ground. Poyo and Sphinx, they're looking a little bit better, especially in this game. Because they were just getting elimination after elimination. Boom! That's the winning shot right there. You make it a 2v1, clean it up easy.
Just disgusting. This one,
待って、ラークさんトレンド入ってるぞ。
They have been roller coasters from Seti and Cammy up on high ground, them going straight up, then suddenly it's Queasy and Veno. Just kidding, it's back to Seti and Cammy. Now it's Thomas HD looking to contest. I mean, this is what I want to see is people get more comfortable. People say, look, we're just not going to let people go for the high ground. We want this too.
Yeah, 100%. And look at this, right? They were talking about it. They were towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Look at that placement now, 15th, right? That question mark was there. I think we're in qual range. You are definitely in qual range if you are 15th right now. A couple more points might secure it for you, but it is looking good for them right now.
Yeah, if they can keep hitting shots like that, they'll be well on their way to being in that qual range and being secure, right? So I think the big thing from them is not to let this win almost, get them too excited.
単独で。ルス10。ワンチャン今、全試合合計のキル数、ワンチャン1位説あるから、ガクさん。
But yet they're sitting here racking up 12 eliminations in game number 4 of the global championship upper bracket. I did not think we'd see any duo break double digits, and they just went on and did it, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Now we get the opportunity to look at the standings.
ボビーラーク入れを8位。160ポイントまで上げてるやん。これ
はもう確定ライン。
これ確定ですね、もう。
301ポイントは化け物よ、もう。
もうそこ、おとなしくアジアのキルポイントになってくれ。もういいやろ。伸ばす必要ないやろ、それ以上。
いいじゃん、もう。そんないじめないで。
辞表ください。辞表ください。お願いします。
And clutch up this game, but there was more than just one clutch this game.
Yeah, they were going crazy, right? You know, I think we all talked about how they needed to start to step it up, and they finally did. Malabuka and Thomas started to cook, and I think we know them as being incredible individual players. But when they start doing things like this, Thomas going up on height, he doesn't care who's there. He just knows he wants it, and they take it so well. Of course, his point instincts win the game, and they sort of shut them up with a really big shot. But these guys throughout that end game were incredible.
腰打ちスナイパー化け物すぎたけどな。化け物っていうかもはやチートでしたね。結構ゼロ距離で当てたならわかるけど、あの距離を腰打ちで当てたら普通にわからない。
一般人だったら発表レベルであんな。
理解できないけど。
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you go up for high ground right, we saw them, they had to go ahead and contest the high ground right when they got the eliminations. It takes a lot of materials to go ahead and actually build up there. You have to make sure that all of your builds kind of stay supported and stuff like that.
ファイトしてるチームが話し合いしてるけど。
And then not to mention Poyo and Stage just picking up
マリブカ、トーマスとカナダ。
Almost impossible for them not to have those builds necessary.
Of course, right? When you're racking them up over and over and over again, you're sort of just, even if it is just siphon that you're getting, right? It goes a long way, whereas Thomas and Malabuka weren't quite able to loot everything that they were getting. Just, you know, part of the trade, especially when you're up there on height as well towards the end of the game. Standard procedure, but they won't be upset with that game. They'll be very happy, especially when you look at the previous games they've had.
And you know, I gotta mention it, right? That Thomas HD Malabuka clutch all spawn. Malabuka with the 1v2. Actually awesome stuff, and honestly, coming into this, they should have been expecting stuff like this, because throughout this chapter, Malabuka and Thomas, they have done that 7 times where one of them has gone and they've clutched it up.
No easy feat, especially when you look at the competition.
ザゴーペポの場合は安定取ればいいけど、他のレイダーズたちは初動勝った上でキル取っていかないと無理だろうね。
You guys talk about Thomas HD, and I'm thinking Thomas HD, probably one of the best snipers in the world. Then I kind of flash back to mid game. I want to just quickly highlight two of the back-to-back most disgusting snipes.
多分どのチームだろうと取るんじゃないかな。取るし、最終マッチビキロイで締めれれば、あさって決勝でもだいぶ違うだろうし。最悪取んなくても明日の自信にはつながるしね、ビキュレートレーバー。
そこなんだよ、ビキュレートレーバーなんだよな。
終わり方だよな、落ちるにしても。ポザゴーは30位だね。68ポイントがボーダー、48だから20ポイント以上は伸ばさないといけない。終盤絶対いかないと無理。知事もいかないかな、多分70ちょっとやね。今ジャエモン35、40ポイント。いやでも、あんま、ペポザゴも48だから。しかも、今ジャエモンの下にシェロンムキムキパパいる。
終わってる。日本勢。
デイダズたちは初動詞してるから多分もっとしたよね。
まだデイワンだから。
まだね。
You know, we are at the global championship, right? Let's talk about regional representation in that top 5 or top 25.
応援配信した後に寝ないで仕事行くことになるか。
NA currently has 8 duos and then 1 for each of the regions in OCE.
興奮しながらいける可能性はある。アジア勢が全員取ればすごいテンションで仕事に行くことができるかも。
多分帰ってきてずっと会えるんだろうね、家に。
帰ってきた後にコラボ配信やる。
いや、マンガース
こいつハイになってやがるって。言われる可能性はある。
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this back in Major 2, right? At the end of it, I asked you the question, Levin, do you think NA hangs if we get to globals? At the time, it was no. Right, and I think for a lot of players in NA, they're thinking, okay, 11-2K, we'll see you at LAN then. Because it feels like NA is playing with a chip on their shoulder, and I also kind of want to play a little bit of devil's advocate. What if we're revealing strategies a little too soon? What if EU is like, yeah, you guys are ahead? That's cool.
見せてたち3位ぐらいにいたんだよね。
They're like, okay, so we were just holding it all back. You know, we were letting you play out there thinking you had something.
一緒になってて3位見たからね。
永遠となんか付き合えてるの。かわいそうだ。
I'm scared.
Right, you know, the final finals coming, right, and that's when we got to be looking at the leaderboard and really going, okay, how are the NA teams doing, how are the EU teams doing.
でもどうせかぶせに行くんだったらさ、上位陣かぶせに行くんじゃなくて、20何位とかそこら辺のチームにかぶせた方が効率的なんだよ。
そっか、下上がらせないためにね。
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, you know, NA teams are finding themselves out there. I'm very happy to see so far the performance out of some of the top ones.
もはや100ポイント超えてるチームはやられようが痛くも痒くもないから。
ね、
確
定なんだもん。
エリミネートポイント、ボビー・ラークが5位に入れる。16のうち半分以上ラークが稼いでるからってる。
For me, probably yeah, I'd say, right? I think especially seeing those two teams there is great for me in terms of Acorn and Cold, you know, Queasy, Vino. I look at Vino, I look at Cold as individuals. Throughout the year, they were the two players I think were going head-to-head for, you know, best player in the world a lot of the year. And so to see them up there in terms of eliminations just makes sense.
You'll love to see it. Guess what? Fortnite fam, it is time. The last game of the day here in the upper bracket is about to kick off. So casters, on over to you.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and 11 for all the insight on the analyst desk. But our final game of today's upper bracket, match number 5, is just on the horizon. We've seen so many teams now in that 26th to 50th position trying to escalate themselves into the top 25. So that they don't have to worry about tomorrow's lower bracket matches, Jacob. They want to make sure that they are all
if you look at that leaderboard as our analysts broke it down, some teams have bare minimum. Other teams, they need a top placement, and then some teams need a win and you're in scenario. And I just want to go ahead and talk about Kanata and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka. Thomas and Malabuka have, you know, narrowly clinched their spot. You saw them into the top 10. Kanata and Agers around 39th
この人たちが話してるってことはもう始まるはず。
top 10 finish, but they have to be able to survive.
もう始まるんじゃない？この人たち話してるし。
Even just now, we saw the collection of players just outside of where Queasy and Veno are sitting. I mean, it was threats. We also saw Kanata there.
この人たちが話し始めたら、お前らの話いらんから、早打ちせって言い出す時間だから。
Because this 50-50 is not the kind of 50-50 that Kanata and Agers were hoping for
して終わってんね。
But again,
Trophy
when you
が
keep in mind the fact that Kanata and Agers, I mean, coming out of the being recent FNCS
機械でいいからこのトロフィー担がせてくれないかな。
多分金積んだらいいと思う。
無理だろ。金積んでも無理だろ。
しょうがねえなっつって。やすげえでしょ。
誰だよ。誰がだよ。
運営が。
こっそり休憩時間担ぎに。
しゃあねえな、しょうがねえ。
Championship Sunday, then obviously our regular NA residents towards the top side of that leaderboard as well, Cold and Acorn, and I want to talk about them just a little bit as well. You know, you saw Pink and Vito, but we're going to see them here again because the battle bus is ready. Let's get this last final game underway.
来ますね。
このプレイヤー全員映るのマジで好き。演出が。
ね、撮ってるよね。
めっちゃかっこいいよな。
Here in the upper bracket, some of the strongest teams even from their respective regions, but only 25 can actually break through and guarantee themselves a seat on that battle bus for Championship Sunday. We've seen a handful of them in the top 10 feeling relatively safe, but the relief can't come quick enough for those teams just outside the top 25.
And I can count at the top of my head at least 3 of these off-spawn battles that would decide if a team goes towards the lower bracket or at least gives themselves a chance to get to that top 25 to earn that championship Sunday spot themselves. And this is going to be one of them, Malabuka and Thomas, Agers and Kanata. And judging by their elevation, it is on.
どっちも公開うますぎるんだよな。
On the punch though, Agers and Kanata quicker as far as the drop is concerned. Opening of the chest, but it's a tactical DMR here that Kanata's got to work with, trying to break Thomas's initial build.
毎回トーマスボコボコにされてるけど。絶対トーマス2対1でボコボコにされてるけど。でもマリブカ引くでしょ。距離あるし。
当てすぎ。While I have the underhand, or do I go ahead and try to disengage and just already see it on the mini-map? He's just trying to survive. Even though they did lose the off-spawn battle, they know they have their spot secured, so now it's just for bragging rights.
ブーガーの相方か。バットマンブーガーか。なんて読むんだこれ。でも今落ちた人がザゴーたちにかぶせてた人だからフリーなのかなザゴーたちが。
なんかかぶってそうじゃない？
お前らどこで戦ってんねん。お前らどこで戦ってんねんよ。
おおでかっつんかい。おとがしてじゃなかったんかい。
That's going to be a quick elimination to start things off for a team that desperately needs it.
Yeah, you see Red's taking advantage of
かわいそう。かわいそう。
Mixing goes down. That's not only important
points
for Buga and Threads, that's a storm surge to really give themselves a little bit of a cushion because we know that's not going to be enough. Another one of our off-spawn battles that are paramount for our team success. King and Phaser, Calgamer 7-man, shots are being fired. Phaser's going to quickly disengage. He doesn't want to give up too much. He wants a chance to heal. You see, he has big buffs, and if King can get to him, that'll allow him to heal up as well.
But even with the vault card, Phaser, he can't charge into it just yet unless
これチートじゃね？これチートじゃね？これ。チートだこいつ。あ、チートだチートだチートだ。
Keep in mind the resources though. Builds not looking the best as far as 7-man is concerned. And Calgamer again.
なんて読むんだこいつ。
Seems as though he has none at all. So this is definitely going to put Calgamer and 7-man's push to a halt, and that is more than enough time for Phaser and King to get into the vault here in Relentless Retreat.
Yeah, both of these teams need to have a
でも
solid
他の子取れたらめちゃくちゃでかいし 韓国も確かポイントついてるんじゃないっけ？
ついてんの？
ついてるはず。韓国だったはず。3ポイントかな確か。取ったら。ステイン・レイダーズまだ戦ってる神セッティと。
長えな。
やめてください。やめてください。
見えてんのえぐないそれ。
もうあなたたち通ってるんで、おとなしくポイントになってください。
許してやれよ。
And Stain and Data's though holding their own. Now, what a way to represent Asia, though. I mean, we talk all the time ever since the Invitational, really, where we saw the potential, I think, from Asia's
あるけど、
Data's and Stain
クロス組まれてるから、
どっち行っても多分落とされるよな、これ対空。
片方に行く前に、あ、でも下がってきてるな、髪が。
ただ、セッティに見られてるから顔出せないんだよな。
もう神もエイム負けもんだから怖すぎる。
うまっ。
最終マッチそんなガツガツいけるメンタルもすごいけど、ね、お前らがどうなろうとどうでもいい、どっちも知らん。どっちも知らん。アジア勢を移してくれ。誰のくしゃみ？あ、助かる。
違います。
助かります。
こうやってね、キモいやつがいいんだよ。
キモいやつ？
しかもクエスさんじゃないしな。
誰？
俺。
あ、助からねえよ、死ね。騙された。騙された。
騙される方が悪いんだよ。
騙された。
バイキンマンがよう言うよ。騙される方が悪いって。その通りだよ、マジで。
クイジーさん、歯茎出てるかも。クイジーさんたち歯茎出てるかも。
世界大会で歯茎とかそうそうねえだろ。嘘やろ。
ゴリゴリ詰めようとしてたけど。
メンタル最強。
大大会でキングさんは歯茎どころか多分抜けてた。歯茎出てたとかじゃなくて歯茎抜けてたもんな。
その意味ができる。
どういう思考回路したら世界大会でダブルユキしようとか思うかわからないから。
てかもうその考えで染みついてんじゃない？もうだって初世界大会の時もさ、あれだったじゃん、ダブルユキだったじゃん。
世界大会で13歳失うものが何もなかったって。
わかんない。重みが分かんなかったかもしれない、世界大会の。
失うものがないどころか新しいものを持ってきたまであるけどね。
確かに。
失いどころか得てたもんな。ああ、クイシーさんたち引かないな。引かないな、これ。
意地すげえな。
倒しても美味しくなくない？サイフォンあるけど FNCS ルールは
もうランクにも持ってこいよ、サイフォン。
無やば。
And Ken, that's definitely not the team that you want trailing behind you, because just like that, Queasy's going to give some quick reminders of what he's capable of. But for Misha and Teeny, they've also got to deal with Baka and Cars, and again, such an impressive day so far from Baka and Cars. Take an aggressive stance and come out on top.
デイダーズさん、セッティがデイダーズさん持っていってる。
And I would expect to be all the same here. And Kanata and Agers, even
多
though
い
Ray's
格殺まで。
running into Yam's
でもステインまで神に持ってかれてる。終わった。 あ、終わった。ステインでいらず。まあでも2日目は神設定通ってるからいないから、フリーになるかまた別のパーティーと被るから。
それはそれで地獄だよ。
いやでも神設定がいないってだけで楽じゃない？
捉え方だよな。
レイタス・ステインってリフレッシュがメインのデュオだから終盤までいければ強いんだよ。
その終盤に行こうとしてないんだよな。
ああ、終わった終わった。この人ああ、返せるんや。返せるんや。うまいけどショットガンがショットガンじゃなかったわ。
どういうこと？
45ダメしか出なかったもんさ。
あ、ショットガンじゃねえ。
そこで蘇生すんの
Chubbs, Bryce, they don't seem like they're fully aware
それ通るの？
how far back Teeny and Misha actually are. So a successful revive does come through. A 2v2 potential situation here, but again, Misha and Teeny bound to be relatively low on resources after that last engagement.
それ落ち着いたんだったら純粋な 2v2 になるけど。
First is going to be the med kit. Now it's going to be the shield.
落ち着いたっぽいな。
Forecast tower hasn't even been taken yet. That's what they were originally fighting over, and that's probably what drawed Bryce and Chubbs over to this direction.
ああ、ユマがボビーがユマがボビーがユマがボビーだわ。
They're just trying to play the game. They're outside of the
game. ユマがボビーだった。ラークさんが格殺入れてた今の。やめてください。
And bypass everything. Let's go ahead and go listen in to see what happened in the beginning of this game.
When he gets in, I'll be able to see him and just run.
アジア同士で潰しちゃうのやめましょうよ。
命はもったいない。
ブッシュ中スナイパーヘッシュはいかついか。
Actually just a monster for that one. I mean, and if you're in Kanata's position as well, sometimes it is what it is. But Yamzo, he's got a lot more to deal with for the time being. Being a little lackadaisical on the rotation, quickly reminded that there's still other players waiting around in this lobby for him.
And you can see towards the mini-map, we're on kind of edge of zone towards the southeastern side, and that's where a lot of these caches will spawn either south towards the east, where a lot of these teams are congested at. And just judging by the lack of the slurp juice, they haven't grabbed theirs just yet. They're hoping to try to beat another team to that punch. And even though they found some dangers there, just a little bit, you can see that they have not too many teams nearby as we see the other side of what went down. And the headshot on the Mappy, that is a huge he is just on fire. He's feeling it. Look at the confidence.
Can't blame him at this point. It's just
しかもリプレイ全然違うところでつんかい。
to do in that sort of situation, other than just fall victim to Yamza there. But fortunately for Aegis and Kanata, they're still going to be able to play things out as a duo. Successful reboot ban there for Aegis. The health replenish as well. They've got a handful of slash splashes left to work through. So it's seeming as though the dream is still alive for Aegis and Kanata.
For now, at the very least, but sometimes those are the wake-up calls you need, especially when you know it's our 5th and final game of the day. And while they're facing all that madness on that side of the map, Bugha and Threats sticking to what they know works, which is those slow side rotations. They found themselves towards the top side of the zone and kind of just looking. There's not too many teams in their mini-map. And if you look even further, there's only about 3 teams directly in front of them. So they got themselves a safe spot as long as they continue to pull that zone. And my only question, Taco, is going to be how much surge do they have? Because if they're on the slow side, there's not going to be many opportunities to grab it.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up, because with only 1 elimination, and from what we've been seeing consistently throughout the day, there have been circumstances where teams have had several or more eliminations and still found themselves just barely above that surge damage threshold
ね、マジでその調子で取ってほしい。
終盤1桁順位入れば上がると思うから、
そこまで難しいんだよな。
いい感じにいい感じに W キーと噛み合わないように生きてくれ。
そうなんだよな。
outside of that top 25, so I think Cold and Acorn
ワンチャンなんて求めなくていい。対面なんて求めてない。
They have 74 points. That's going to be a tough one to watch.
ボビーラークファンボーイがいる。
Eyes on Cooper and Miro as well.
よし。
ダゴ演習ダゴ。
One of our teams in that 28th
ダゴ
position.
格殺まで持っていってた。
The team on our screen right now, Vanyak and Karmi, they've also got to ensure that they're able to stay within this top 25 because, again, just barely being above as far as the points are concerned, it does not leave you in a guaranteed position. There are ample teams that could look to leapfrog over you if you aren't careful.
浮島の下に入ってる。上からの車線が絶対ないから。いい。
74, Batman, Booga, and Rapid, 80. The points continue to climb the more you go up. A lot of these teams don't really need to do everything. They just need to do the bare minimum. As Snazy gets spotted out by himself, and Shari and Rue, they have a chance to sneak up. Snazy's all by himself. Post-side, we already saw him go down earlier on in the game. The strike from above, the sneak attack, and it's worked to perfection. And Shari and Rue, they get that elimination, and that's huge because they were the team in the 25th spot. They started the game with 68 points. Now you can kind of count them up, 72, but they still haven't passed up Pink and Vico at 74 points.
Snazy was just so focused on teams that weren't on that Rift Island. He had no clue that those two were sneaking up behind him. The ultimate crouch maneuver, essentially. All the way up until they had their precise moment to pounce onto Snazy. And that's big as well for Shari and Rue because, again, another team just barely managing to hang on to that top 25 threshold. They are currently 25th. And looking to go higher.
Yeah, and this is a team, Major won. They became champions. They stayed towards the top of leaderboards in duo cash cups, in FNCSs. They're just trying to continue to mimic that, just like Cooper and Miro, who are almost not even duoing this season. It was left to a coin flip of all things. And what a coin flip it was. I hope Cooper kept that coin, maybe framed it on a wall.
One would think, but I guess it maybe depends on how this weekend goes possibly for the duo. Regardless, they've done an excellent job as a team, but
ここがボーダー、じゃあ26位のチームだ。お前らはまだ通らんぞ。良すぎ。良すぎ。1位のチームじゃない今落ちた。
They have had some problems in their rotations dealing with some of these teams that are already guaranteed to be participants of our championship Sunday. So knowing that Cooper was able to find that elimination on the cold, it just makes the rotation all that easier.
It probably builds a little bit of confidence too, because even though they went down and they got their spot on Sunday, Cold and Acorn, they're going to finish first in this bracket more than likely with how they've been playing. And when you see Cold go down, when you see Acorn go down, it makes that much more better. It's like a sigh of relief. That's one less dangerous player in the lobby that I have to go through towards the very end.
I mean, 3 out of 5 teams in our top 5 are just not in the lobby any longer. They've all been eliminated. Only Cammy and Seti and Ritual and Reed, but again, the point difference so high. These guys can essentially choose exactly how they want to wrap things up for today. While Booga doesn't get that same luxury, Booga and Threats have to be on their A game.
レイダーズ落ちたぐらい、ムキムキパパたちのムービーも流れてないし、ユマも格殺まで入って、ザゴーさん、ムキムキパパさんやめてください、やめてください。ムキムキパパさんがザゴーさんを
as long as they continue
ダメだ
to
よ。
have
まだ
a
1キル
upward
ポ
trajectory in a
2じゃ
lot of
ね
their
え、4だ。
games, much like Kanata and Agers.
あ、これ4だ、4。
ああ、チェロンさんが確実に言っちゃった。
あ
あ、やめてください。
なぜそこで争うんだよ。 ただ、
まずい、本当にまずい。
ただでも、8ポイント入ってんのよな。12ポイントしてるから。
70、ここ75が1個入ってるかな。
でも、ほんま入ってないと思うけど。11ポイント表どこだったっけ
Considering that Agers had to get a reboot off onto Kanata, they were a little bit of shambles.
Yeah.
When you think about how this game started out for them, sure, that initial 50-50 might have been relatively successful. Granted, they would have definitely loved the double elimination factor there, only getting one onto Thomas, Malabuka forcibly retreating, but it is an endeavor, to say the least, to
いや、トップ25から2ポイントやけ。
and then find yourself successfully deep enough into your late game lobby to potentially catapult yourself into the top 25 for today.
それで確定だ。
順位稼げばいいから、キル取る必要はないけど、まあどっちみちリフレッシュ入れないといけないのは変わんないかな。ね、
あ、こっからこう。
いい感じに空から武士が降ってきたりしないかな。
遠回りに人のこと言っとるよ。
たまにあるじゃん、上のパーティーが倒したのを送ってくるみたいな。
あ、マジでたまにある。
それにかける。
運ゲーがすごい。ただ、キングのチームが NK 持ってるの強いな。
When you are one of those last teams to come in behind everybody else, your primary concern is going to be, well, depending on where those other teams are situated, depending on where they're positioned, they might be able to cut beyond entirely. And that's exactly what King and Phaser are trying to avoid. They're trying to make their way to zone as quickly as possible so that they can be the ones controlling the way that the lobby actually plays.
Yeah, they don't want to get held out. They want
いっぱい
to
持
do
て
the
る
whole
し、
rotating parallel to both Muzz and Paper, a team that
でも距離が短いのがネックだけど、
距離が短い方がいいのでは、もしかしたら。
やっぱあれだな、なんだ、トラップのあれ、ビヨーンって、ビヨーンってやつ、あれさ、
They might not have the damage threshold just yet, but they do have a few crash pads. Phaser gonna instantly use one to jump a little bit further, a little bit more up on that height as well. Shots come through all the way across the lobby, and that's gonna be
ラグいからしょうがないんだけどね。これ貫通するんだよね、ラグいから。
これは落ちたな、多分。いや、飲めたら、マジで飲めた。
でかでかでか
飲んでミスト、いや、そう。
あー、さんまたキル重ねてんじゃん。
頼む、マジで。
It is tough stuff right now for King.
棒生きてたな、普通に。でも近くにラークたちいた。今のラークさんはやばいので近づかないでください。青峰みたいな状態になってる。
許してください。そう言いながらするしかねえじゃねえか。
being able to pick up a massive amount of points, a huge amount of
カナダもき
clutches.
つい。
We saw Agers do it in their major championship run. Now it's
もうすぐ
Kanata.
12ポイント入りやすよ。
You see him going low. He doesn't have a lot of build,
もうちょっと
not a lot
耐え
of
て。
resource. The only thing he really has going for him is the damage threshold when it comes
セ
to
ッティ
storm
打ちて。
Nice little gift though, just on the
強す
ground.
ぎ。
Managed to pick up some materials. It's gonna provide him more than the 4 builds he had.
やっぱヘビショット強いよな。入り込みできるからな。
Still, Kanata also now with
当
this
てればダメージも
nice
すごい。
breacher in tow, breaking through the
カ
floors
スダメ
of
が
some
出
of
ない
these
ショットだ
builds
から。
and just hoping
ダメかっ
there
こ
is
クソ
not
開け
a
づらい。
full team on the other side of it
ポ
because
さん中に
look
切
at
り
a
込むね。
1v1 with Kanata, decent chance, but
頑張
2
れ。
versus 1 situations is tough for any
マ
player
ジ
to
で
do it.
頑張れ。
There are more teams left alive right now that are outside of the top 25 trying to earn their spot than there is
こうなったら人減らない
inside
か
of the
ら。
top 25. And placement points haven't even begun to kick in yet. That puts a lot of pressure on the King. He's
まあ
already
ドキド
survived
キしながらキルログ流れてるの
He
見
has
て
the
る。
slurp juice. He
で
has
こ
a
じゃないこ
couple
とを祈りなが
minis,
ら。
but he's still 123 below. He's not even peeking out, going
キ
for
ングが
shots.
サー
He's
ジ
just
か
trying to survive it. If he looks down low, there's a bit of loot. I thought
ペ
I
ポ
saw
もやばいんじゃないか
Drop
な、
down
サージ
there
打って
as
る
well,
な。
which will be crucial for his
いや
survival.
でも一応
Trying to look down
見切りはしてるから、
ザゴが取ってくれてるけど。
ワンチャン。
こういう一人のパーティー作りたいよな。もういい。諦めて死んでくれ。12ポイントをくれ。
That some other team, some other solo gets eliminated first, and that
Oh,
could potentially
ping
put him to where he actually isn't below that first
敵かい
threshold.
それ。
But not right now.
全然味方かと思っ
Clicking
た。
on, but it won't be enough.
そういう時は
Finally
そういう
finds
時なんだよな、
himself
たまに。
eliminated from the
上で
lobby.
対空してる。
Unfortunate
ペコさ
run
ん。
there. Kanata and Aegis in our final
う
game
ん。
today.
多分ロケットランドで使ってたな。ボビーラークめっちゃ調子よくない？ラークはめっちゃキル出さないといけど。あ、ボビー死んだわ。やっぱり名前出したから。
あ、やっぱ、もういいか。
やっぱ僕が名前呼んだからな、これ。時代がないよ。今落ちて、ムキムキパパ落ちて、神落ちて。
ちょっと待って。ちょっと待って。
ダイヤも落ちて、シェロも落ちて。
おっと。あれ
じゃんじゃん、じゃんじゃん、じゃんじゃん、アジア勢が。
足を引っ張るのよくないんや、やっぱ。
ここは名前呼んじゃダメ。
呼んだら死ぬ。
アジア頑張れ。アジア頑張れ。
そんなこと言うとはもしかしたらアジア全員が落ちたんかもしれない。
やめてくれ。やめてくれ、本当に。ラーク落ちちゃった。でもフェポキルしてる。
Trying to see if he can find an opening from the backside of the zone. Nutty from the side though.
ペポ、
Shot onto 7-man.
ペポ、2人クラッチしてる。
Utilizes med kit.
だから
強すぎ
16ポイント。
いやでも12ポイントも12ポイントも多いし、あとスーパーで1桁1桁。
マジでワンチャン
強すぎかも。ペポさん強すぎかも。これペポどこいる？上の子いた今。セカンドか？セカンドらへんよ？どういうこと？ハイグラ1人で2人倒したってこと？あ、でも1桁1桁1桁？これ通ったでしょ。ペポさん見せてくれるね。下の方いた今。リートもめっちゃキル流してるし、ペポもキル流してる。
100% necessary, but these points that he's
リート
grabbing here,
落ち
staying
て
alive, 7 eliminations as well. This could be
ペポキル
enough,
してる。
but it's definitely going to be a buzzer beater if I've ever seen one myself. And he's
ペポさん
continuing to bypass
ペポ
everybody
さん
even
や
on
ばい。
the high ground.
ペ
It's
ポさん
Yangzo and
ペポさ
Rise
ん
that are trying to take
ペポさん
this last and final game of the day.
ペポさん
A
や
few
ばいか
teams
も。
actually that are stuck down low still need this shot to try to qualify. Misha and Teen is one of them. Julex and Chicho, they probably already got their spot.
でも落ちてるな。どこで落ちた？
Again, another
終わった。
elimination.
アンチが終わってる。
And keep him and Booga's dream alive.
But for threats, he didn't find any
登
sort
った
of
ところ
white
で
heals, which he
2人が待ち構えてる。
Granted, it might not
終わ
be
ってる。
necessary. Almost found the golden shot there onto Rise, but with the Yamzo there to back him up, it's no problem whatsoever. And we are seeing one of NA's finest with a victory royale for the day close.
I'd call them one of the most dangerous teams
これ
coming
取
in
った
the global
たんじゃないか
championship.
な。
It may have taken them some
結構
time
キ
to
ル取っ
heat
てま
up,
したよ
but
ね。
they
ね、キル
have
取ってましたよ
finally
ね。
won the
クレイジ
game.
ーラクーンが。
And I want to go ahead and hear exactly what they have to say, so I'm going to throw it
何が
over
起きるか分か
Frankie
んない
to
から
let
な、
us know
上。
how they're feeling in this moment.
I'm between the danger duo and what a day it's
終
been
盤
for
5
the
キル
two
分
of
ぐらい
you.
流れ
A
てたけど。
spot in Sunday's grand
だが
final
落ちてた。
was inevitable, but how did you round things up for the victory royale at the end of today?
It was a rough first few games. We had 2 0-pointers back to back, so said we wouldn't last, and I think 3 headshot snipes this game, so it set us up in the beginning of the game and got the win.
And you are currently in 4th place. So you say you've had a tough day, but you've had incredible performance. For you, Rise, what's it been like getting to compete with so many people here?
It's been awesome. It's my first LAN, and I'm just excited to be here.
It's your first land. That's incredible because you're taking to it like a duck to water. Let me ask you about this year and getting ready for LAN, because we know the two of you, you love to go for eliminations, but you've had to find consistency and stability to make it to the end games, and now you make it look successful. What do you think was the key to making that change?
To be honest, we've just been playing the whole year and we just kept the same play style.
Yeah. And for the two of you now, how are you finding the pressure of being on LAN? Is it affecting the comms in any way?
I think the first game we're a little nervous, of course, both our first lands, but after game one, it went away and it feels good to be playing an international stage, so.
Do you think you could get used to being on LAN? Do you feel like this is your natural, your favorite place to be now?
Yeah, I just have to get used to it, and once you get used to it, it's kind of easy.
You make it look easy, I'm not going to lie, but I know it's definitely not. Iomzo Rise, congratulations. We'll see you on Sunday, and we'll see the guys on the desk right now, I think.
Thank you so much. This is a unicorn duo. This is a rare type of duo, okay? I'm talking you're bringing together two people who are unique in gameplay, in skill set, in hair color. These guys have it all. The Victory Royale, especially here in championship first day, global championship first day, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll be honest, I feel like they were a little quiet throughout the day. I wasn't really keeping a close eye on Iomzo and Rise, but of course, last game of the day, they're going to be like, hey, by the way, guys, like, we're one of the best teams here, by the way.
100%, man. The Ginger Giants, hey? These guys, look, you said a bit quiet. I had seen them sort of within almost every end game, right, towards the back end, right? You said, but then the rest of it was very consistent, exactly what you expect to see from Iomzo and Rise. They're one of the teams I love the most from NA, right? Because tactically, they are sound, right? They are as good tactically as any other team in the world. And when they are feeling confident, when they are in their rhythm, they are so good, and they showed it there in that last game.
Iomzo's always been one of those guys, right, that is just ridiculously confident. And it's not in like a cocky way, it's just he knows what he can do. And now they're like, hey, look, kind of what he's saying, once we figured it out, it's easy. It's not necessarily easy, they are just that good.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to point out the fact that, you know, they mentioned that, yeah, sure, the first game we were a little bit nervous, and a lot of the times we talk about experience being that, oh, they've been to these in-person events before, come in and they're sort of ready. But the fact that they were able to adapt and get comfortable in just a short amount of time, right? We only played 5 games today, and they were talking like they were very comfortable towards the end of it. So that is impressive in its own right.
But that comes with having a game plan, right? And that's the difference between them and a lot of other teams, just in compared to Fortnite in general, is these guys come ready. And when you have a game plan that you can trust, you just have to be confident, right? Because you know you follow that game plan, it's going to take you far, and that's exactly what these guys can do.
Absolutely, let's do this. Let's take a look at our standings. Remember, we want to end the day in top 25 to go straight on through to Sunday.
1位はそこだろうね。そうだろうね。あ、リートたち強いな、普通に。3位や。
そう。Have a little trouble with the top shelf sometimes.
Okay.
You go ahead and
黒いチームが4位で、神設定5位で、ロフィは分からない。7位もあんま分かんない。8位がチャーリー。あんま分かんない。9位ボビー・ラークいる。偉い、アジア勢1組目。
A lot more EU names in general. But that's not the case. Now we have some high-profile ones in there: Queasy, Venos, Seti, and Cammy. But still, NA deciding to show up on day
でも
one.
安定で強いとか有名な選手が残ってるのが安定すぎる。さすがすぎる。
Especially when it comes to finding the eliminations, when it comes to finding the great rotations that they actually do through some of those mid games. Some of them they just weren't even building. So shout out to Acorn for making some of those calls. And obviously, Cold, he'll always find you an elimination.
100%, right? And even similar for Iomzo and Rise towards the back end of them games, right? There were a couple of those games, I think it was game 3. We saw them try to look up for hype. And they were
111以降を移してください。
When you're at Nigeria with as good as Rise is, you're not concerned about that. Cool, you can't play for high. I'll just play mid ground and low ground just as well. And that's exactly what they've done today.
You'd love to see it. Now, our next question obviously has to be, who's going through? We know the top 25 will be moving on to Sunday. Let's take a look at a list of the 25 players that have qualified A couple of names, let's just call them out. Obviously, some of the big ones. I wanted to quickly highlight Zagu right here and Peppo Clip. Obviously, we saw them back in the days of Invitational. For them, though, back then, they didn't quite hit as hard. But now, making it through to Sunday, they have time to prepare. And hopefully, they'll
Yeah, very, very excited to actually see what they bring on day number 3. We also saw some very cool strategies from them throughout the day. You know, farming some of that surge. Very, very cool from them. But talking about some of the smaller regions, I mean, Alex and Worthy, 6th place from the OCE region. Very impressive.
Alex is one of my favorite players to watch. Such an electric player. So at any given moment, this guy can turn it on.
左右のはず。ラクとボビーが9位だから。まあどっちみち25でも上がってはいる。これ2組通ったかな。ザゴーペポを数えるのに必死で何も見てなかったけど、なんで急に移し方、なんで順位の流し方を変えた。おい。
Did day 1 meet your expectations, Vivid?
Yeah, I feel like so. And again, I want to kind of bring up the regional aspect of the global championship. Going actually into the finals on the upper bracket, we have 12 EU teams, 8 NA teams, 2 Asia teams, and then 1 each for Middle East, Asia, or not Asia, Brazil, and OCE. So pretty rounded out, right? Regional representation from every single one of those going into the finals from the upper bracket.
Yeah, someone from everywhere stepped up seemingly, and I think that's what you sort of would have expected.
マリブかトーマスが14位に上がってる。ルーガたちも16位で上がってる。ペイソンたちも18位で上がってる。21位にペポザゴいる。ナイス。ナイスすぎる。
2組残りました。
あ、21位です。21位に。
残ったところですね。
ナイスすぎ。
よく取ったよ、マジで。
26位はトリッペンかな。多分トリッペンのはず。他は、まあ明日デイ2頑張ってもらうしかないかな。今ジャエモン38位。
ボーダー結局何ポイントぐらいだった？
ボーダーは
91
位ですね。1ポイント差で26、27位、90ポイントだから。悔しいだろうな。
もう1キル取れてればってことですね。
1キル1順位稼いでおけば突破。
悔しいですね、これは確かに。
これメンタルくれや。ビコとピンクが通ってないのが意外すぎるし。今ジャエモン、チェロンムキムキパパが38、39並んでて、レイダーズステインが47だから、1試合目以外全部負けてたからな。
But of course, if you're any of these teams, they will be feeling disappointed. You have to be just mentally reset, come back into tomorrow. I think the big thing is, it's obviously going to be a very different lobby tomorrow. We have a whole new set of teams coming in. A bunch of players who may have been contested today, uncontested, like in the case of Pink and Vico. Some players who are uncontested today might be contested tomorrow, right? So you're almost coming into not a whole different tournament, but it's going to feel that way in the lobby at times.
Is there more pressure going into tomorrow? Obviously, the 25 in the lower bracket have been watching. They've been learning. They've been trying to figure things out. Players that have gone from today now to the lower bracket. Is that more pressure? Is it maybe like, okay, I'm warmed up, so let me just kind of change a couple things and we're good?
アッパー組の
なんだこれ、
世界大会の配信をミラー配信していったんですけど、まあ結果としてはアジア勢2組突破するってことで、まあ結構いい結果じゃないかなって思いますし、デイ2何パーティーかな8組で前半5組入れたから3組プラス今回落ちた3組の6パーティーが動画でトップ25かけて戦うと思うんで、明日も応援配信するんで、よければ遊びに来てください。ということで、長時間の配信を見てくださった方ありがとうございました。 じゃあ、ズラフです。明日も同じ時間から待ってます。